The guy was in a big hurry to go somewhere. At that instant, he was shouted to Hen to wait. He disliked his brother, who always seemed to be trying to get ahead. As soon as he got close, he still couldn't keep up with him. The boy said they were almost there. He didn't like that his brother was always ahead of him, being too friendly and caring towards him, considering it his duty as a brother. The guy asked Rood to hold on and held out his hand. That's what he thought. He turned out to be a real bastard when he was told that he had a terrible temper and that he thought he was superior to others because of his abilities. He didn't deny those words, even if they were said in jest. Now he admits that he is indeed terrible. He only realized it when his brother died. How could he hate his only family man? He did not hate his brother. On the contrary, he longed to be his equal. But his brother died protecting him. His brother died because of him. He tried to stay ahead until the end. Now he's the only one left alive. A bastard like him got to live. The flying dragons probably smelled blood. Rood said they were cursed by those things. He'll be finished soon, with his leg and arm torn off. He won't be able to run far anyway, and eventually die. Better kill a few more of these things before you die. After that, the protagonist realized that he would fight to the end. He said they were coming at him, and called them bastards. After that, he saw a bright yellow glow in front of him. Then Rood noticed that someone began to approach him. Some kind of angel appeared in front of him. All the dragons immediately turned their heads toward him. Of course, Rood was very surprised at this turn of events. His hand was shaking, and with it his sword. He didn't realize what this creature was. From the looks of it, it was the Dragon King. But after all, he had already killed everyone, lost his comrades and even his own brother. He was sure that he had destroyed all the dragons of royal blood. However, he didn't feel any power emanating from him. It was something strange, like a mirage. Rood looked at him in surprise. The creature asked if he was the only one left. The others seemed to be dead, and that was a problem. His whole gut screamed danger. Perhaps this enemy was even more terrifying than the terrifying 7 Dragon Kings. Who is he? Anyway, it didn't matter now, though. Rood knew that if he didn't kill him now, he would have to do it at any cost. Rood Denethos firmly gripped his weapon after these thoughts. At this point, the king began to talk about what they could do. Rood realized that he only had one chance. One more step, and he can get him with his sword. Rood looked at him with fury at this moment. The king was saying to wait a little longer. At that moment, the boy attacked him. The sound wave pierced his ears, giving a clear sense of flesh pulling away from bone. A white light flashed before my eyes for a moment. At that moment, Rood was somewhere else. He didn't understand how it was possible. That's how he'd gotten back in time. He needed to memorize it by heart. A dragon slayer is one who destroys dragons. They are obliged to live up to that title by killing monsters that take the lives of innocent people. Let this be their calling. The tasks and assignments didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was slaying dragons. Someone welcomed all the new recruits who had become sons and daughters of Erasium Academy. As we know, this academy was founded about 700 years ago. It is considered the best training school for dragon slayers. The victims of many murderers carried death. Who are they? Anyway, this simple appearance was reminiscent of the day he entered Erasium Academy. Where did the battlefield with the dragon disappear to? Was it a dream or something else? The feeling never left Rood. He thought back to his words about the damn royal dragons. He asked his brother not to miss any of them. The guy realized that wasn't going to happen. I mean, he killed them all. Everyone's dead. If everyone's dead, it's going to be a problem. Can't they wait a little longer? That's exactly what the king suggested to him. Rood Denethos pondered whether he had really gone back in time. But such magic doesn't exist. Even if it did, a dragon couldn't use it. So the one he had just killed, was it definitely a dragon, or was it something else? Rood didn't realize what kind of nonsense that was. It didn't matter if it was a demon king or a mutant. To him, it was still a strange lizard that needed to be destroyed. This was his chance, whatever it was. This time he would destroy all the dragons and prevent the death of his brother and comrades. At that moment, someone turned to him. He turned around to see who it was. A girl stood in front of him and asked him if he had any pain. It was Hennis. He remembered her words from the past that he should live. Rood turned to her and called her Hennis Halfley. The girl asked in surprise if he knew her. Rood began to remember. It didn't seem to be their first meeting. He said he knew her, of course, because she had the highest grades among the freshmen. The girl admitted that it was true. She asked why he was wondering if he was okay. From her point of view, He was talking to himself and swearing, which made her think he might have a mental disorder. Then, with a smile on her face, she said that Aratium rarely admitted crazy people. In her opinion, all the students here are of average level, but this was the first time she was seeing a real lunatic. Rood realized that it remained as poisonous as before. The girl asked if he was laughing and if he was a pervert who liked being insulted. He assured her that it wasn't that at all, and apologized if he made her angry. She was glad he understood that. She said she forgave him, because what else could he do? The admission ceremony began and all freshmen were asked to come forward. They got into this academy. Here they could fulfill all their ambitions and hopes. At this point, the girl yawned and stretched. Then she noticed how long the speeches were being read. She looked at the protagonist, and his face remained unperturbed. He realized he'd have to answer her or she'd start pestering. Rood said that's right, but the girl will be able to endure it, because patience is a basic skill of mages. Rood added that it's very cool. She replied that for the halflay, who are famous mages, it was the easiest thing to do. She then asked what his name was. Rood introduced himself as Rood Denethos. He said he came from Disciplinary, a remote village she had probably never heard of. It was the first time the girl had heard his last name and the name of the area. She wondered how he could get in here if he didn't know anything. Then she realized she had said something wrong again. Her mother always told her to behave honorably, even with the most stupid idiots who would never reach halfley's level. Because of her manner of speaking, they often quarreled. Rood didn't seem to be particularly hurt by her words. She tried to explain what she meant. She said that if there was anything he didn't know, she could help him. She then turned her attention to the people on the second tier, saying that they were leaders of well-known guilds. They look ahead of time and look for the most talented. The Sacred Fire, the Dim Moon, the leader of the Stalker Guild, they were all here. They knew perfectly well what successes who would achieve in the future and how they would die. The girl said it would be possible to get an assignment in her third year, although she had already decided where she would be. The protagonist interrupted her and said that she would definitely be in Sacred Fire, because she was ranked first in the rankings. He was absolutely right, but that wasn't the only reason. The leader of this guild, Liana, is a role model for her. The Empress of White Flame, Liana Chernica, was a top-level fire mage using white flames. After the Dragon King is slain, Hennies will become the leader of the guild. However, she will sacrifice herself to avenge the death of Liana, whom she deeply admired. Rood said that she would certainly go into the sacred fire. She thanked him, even though it was obvious enough. Freshman Hennis Halfley had to say her vows. Everything was happening exactly the same as before. If his memories are correct, the next one to come out is his brother will be out next. Student Council President Rood Denethos, an exceptionally brilliant and resilient Ravenclaw, was known as the one who died like the last idiot saving his younger brother. Everyone was very pleased to hear him address the dear freshman, introducing himself as the Student Council President. But his name was Jeremy Duville, which surprised Rood, who had expected to see his brother. All over the world, people are suffering great losses from dragon attacks. Many are dying, and some nations are dying out completely. The freshmen could be proud of themselves as they beat their competitors and got into this academy. This place was considered the best educational institution for dragon-slaying training. They had to live up to that title. Rood couldn't understand what the hell was going on here. They were reminded that their raison d'etre was to slay dragons. At that moment, Rood remembered his older brother saying that if he blinked, he would grow up faster. Rood couldn't believe what was happening. The student council president was not his brother, but Jeremy Duville, Ash's best friend. At that moment Rood said he had to check what class he was in. The girl didn't understand where he was going. He added for the guy to wait. Rood asked why a different person became president of the council. Didn't Rood Denethos run for president? Maybe Rood is at least on the student council. The guy started to get nervous and asked what he was talking about. He apologized and said it was the first time he had heard the name. Rood was shocked that he wasn't even known. Then where is his brother? A terrible thought flashed through Rood's mind. Rood Denethos was no longer in this world. It's an eerie assumption, as if the best warrior in the world simply doesn't exist. That was the end of the enrollment ceremony and all freshmen were asked to go to their classrooms. This assumption seemed unbelievable. How could it be possible that he had no brother in this world? However, if even a slight possibility exists that it's true that Rood Denethos has either disappeared completely or went back in time, retaining the memories of the future, and just didn't come to the academy. The protagonist realized that two options are possible, and if the second guess is correct, it's all for the best. At that moment the girl noticed him, and asked him what he was thinking so seriously about. There was an awkward silence between them. Rood said that he wanted to find one person, so he was pondering which way to do it. She advised to contact the Information Guild. Perhaps this person was studying at the academy. She then suggested looking at the student rosters in the library. The girl noticed that Rood was going somewhere again. She complained that she had told him all this for nothing, but he said he was going to the library. She said it was only 15 minutes before class started and asked if he was going to be late the first day. Rood replied that he had not asked her to go with him. The girl stopped and stated that she just wanted to see if he was up to something. She noted that he was strange since he started arguing with the council president. Rood said he was just asking a question. The girl inquired if he was an attention deficit psycho. Rood replied that he was not. She asked if he even knew where the library was, because he was going the wrong way. Finally the girl agreed and led him into the library. That was the central library. The girl admitted that she wanted to visit here, although it was the first time she had been here herself. Rood thought it was worth studying the layout of the buildings before enrolling. The girl praised herself, and Rood remembered that he hadn't come in here in his previous life. He started looking for the list. Rood asked if there is a list of former students. At that moment, the girl noticed the book Tenny's Handbook of Herbs. Such books are not sold anymore, and their first edition cannot be bought for any money. Meanwhile, Rood searched carefully for his brother's name. He was trying to find the name Rood Denethos, but then realized his brother's name wasn't there. If a brother is not in this world, it may have something to do with himself. The ancient dragon Sartan, the dragon king who rules time and dimensions. In the last battle before his return here, Sartan disappeared with his brother. If he is not dead, he may have traveled to another dimension. There is a chance that the brother is alive, as is this dragon. The main character told the girl that they were on their way out, but she immediately asked why that wasn't possible. She only wanted to take 17 books. However, she was reminded that she could take a maximum of 3 books at a time. The girl objected, wondering if they should already be in class. Despite this, she picked out 3 books and told the guy to wait for her. They were almost too late. The girl asked if he had found that man. Rood replied that he was not on the list. Then she suggested contacting the Information Guild to find out who he was looking for. At this point, the instructor entered the classroom and said he was happy to meet the students. He introduced himself as Professor Daniel Gould and announced that he would be their classroom teacher for the year. The professor added that those who choose to take weapons or combat courses will be able to see him more often. He explained that in order to become true dragon slayers, they would have to undergo severe tests. In the 3rd year you will have practical classes, and in the 4th year you will have to write a thesis and take exams. It won't be easy, but it is doable. The professor assured the students that if they put in the effort and talent, everything would go relatively smoothly. However, without ability and diligence, it will be impossible to succeed. He talked about how much humiliation and hardship he had to go through to prove his talent, but it is what helped him become the man he is today. The professor concluded by wishing all the students to acquire many good memories during these 4 years. He was then approached and asked where to find out information about dorm rooms. As Rood was about to leave, the girl asked where he was going again, reminding him that the dormitory was in the other direction. Rood replied that he knew where he was going. The girl was surprised. He didn't know where the library was, but he navigated perfectly in the direction of the dormitory. The Dragon Slayer's main job is to literally kill dragons. Therefore, training halls were located within the academy grounds to develop the physical strength of the students. Rood used to come here a lot in his youth. As he opened the doors, he realized that everything looked just as it had in his memories. Rood took off his outer clothing and decided to test his strength. He started with pull-ups. When he reached 20 times, it became difficult for him. Despite this, he brought the number up to 30. After that, Rood realized that his current strength left much to be desired. It was natural for a 17-year-old, but his level was too low. Starting tomorrow, classes began, including lessons in duels and battles. Rood decided that he must avoid the mistakes of his past life and achieve better results. He needs to strengthen his abilities and build stamina. He considered himself an expert in monotonous workouts. At that moment, he noticed something strange. He saw a familiar figure and did not expect to meet this man so early. It was Balak Steros, his comrade from a past life. In the future, Balak was given the title King Unarmed, but Rood met him later in his past life. Balak was not due to appear in the training room until after the midterm. There may have been some confusion with the timing. Rood decided not to dwell on it and focus on training. However, he began to notice that Balak was constantly around. Eventually Rood couldn't stand it and directly asked if he was doing it on purpose. Balak was surprised and replied that he was just practicing by repeating the exercises after him. He added that he apologized if he made Rood think that way. His movements were so perfect that Balak decided to imitate him, even increasing his weight. Rood clarified what he had just said. Balak explained that his dumbbell lifting technique and forearm movements looked amazing. No one Balak knew could pull off moves like that. He even joked about whether Rood was a sports god. Rood replied that he was simply Rood Denethos, a freshman. Surprisingly, Balak was also a freshman. Balak stated that from now on he wanted to learn from Rood and one day reach the same level. He called him a teacher and asked for permission to be his student. Rood Denethos, irritated, replied that he could not agree to the proposal. He emphasized that the choice of primary weapon is extremely important as it affects the style of combat. At Arathium, Open Stadium number 3, it was usually suggested to use the weapon that was used at enrollment. However, sometimes it's worth trying something new, so students were encouraged to experiment and not be afraid to make choices. They noticed that some of the swords were very light, probably specially adapted for beginner students. After all, this was the best academy on the mainland, and the quality of weapons here was extremely high. Once sharpened, they could be used in real battles. The girl asked if she needed to choose a weapon if she planned to become a mage. It was explained to her that real combat is a series of unpredictable situations, and even a mage needs to know how to use weapons. After that, the girl began to choose a suitable weapon for herself. Rood Denethos suggested she choose a dagger, noting that it could be resized with magic, making it easy to store. In her past life, Hennis had skillfully used a dagger, especially in situations where saving magical energy was required. Hennis agreed and stated that she was choosing this dagger. Afterward, Rood Denethos asked if he planned to use this particular sword. The chief mole said he wanted to take a closer look first. He drew his sword, examined it carefully, and prepared for inspection. After one swing, he noted that the sword suited him. Other students often put on demonstrations, supposedly to try to feel the sword, but in his opinion it was unnecessary, as the sword was only a training sword. The professor wondered if it was a coincidence that Rood's swing was clearly above the level of an ordinary academy student. The chief mole noted that all the swords presented here are of high quality, but it's still worth a closer look. The weapon was indeed suitable for an experienced sword master. Rood Denethos asked the professor if they could only choose one weapon. The professor replied that there is no such rule, but usually students prefer to focus on one thing, as it is much more effective. If, however, Rood wanted to choose an additional weapon, he could do so. Rood Denethos stated that he wanted to pick a few basic weapons, which surprised the professor. The professor was surprised and wondered, either the bow was extremely brave or overconfident. However, he decided to observe him and allowed him to choose. Rood Denethos then decided to choose another weapon besides the sword. The professor was again surprised to see Rood walk over to another booth. Rood chose the spear. He then added a large sword to his selection, deciding to take all 3 weapons. The professor couldn't figure out, was Rood a true genius, or was he just very different from the rest of the students? He still noticed that Rood's movements had a refinement of technique and grace that was rare. The professor decided to ask Rood how he had lived before entering the academy. Rood replied that he had worked as a mercenary to support himself and his family, and had also fought dragons. He then apologized for being blunt, but added that it was in the past. Rood expressed hope that he would be noticed because of that. The professor noted that Rood was doing quite well. Rood, in turn, said that he knew this because of his training with the girl. By the way, Rood mentioned that he had lost his entire family to the dragon. The girl clarified whether both his parents had died. Rood Denethos confirmed that it was correct. His parents were dead. The girl suggested that it was probably very hard for him, and remarked that she had asked such a question in vain. Rood, however, asked her why she was apologizing, for it had happened a long time ago, and there was no reason to feel guilty. At this point, the girl was a little confused. Despite her abruptness, she wasn't mean or bad. The girl wondered why he was looking at her so intently. Rood realized that she had a pretty heavy temper and noticed that she didn't understand what was going on with the B students. Meanwhile, some guy was saying that, as part of their training, all students are required to choose their own weapons. But he, as a fighter, said that he didn't need a weapon. His body was its own weapon. Rood thought that was utter nonsense. Wrestlers fight using their bodies, of course, but they still should have at least used gloves. However, the guy insisted that Balaksteros never used weapons. Balaksteros really didn't use a weapon, and that was a cause for surprise. This approach annoyed and infuriated Rood a great deal. Rood exclaimed who the jerk was and wondered if the guy knew who he was talking about. The guy in charge said he didn't know. The professor asked them to calm down. At that moment, the girl told the guy looking in their direction, and Rood Denethos offered to leave. He pointed out that the guy dares to pretend he doesn't know him. The girl noticed the one coming closer and asked if they were friends. Rood replied that the latter was not a friend. The relationship was deeper. The chief rat added that they were indeed friends. The professor told Balak that even though he is against the use of guns, part of the educational process includes training. If he continues to refuse to choose guns, then you don't have to make up new rules and laws like you did in a past life. At this point, the professor stated that Balak could stay on for a second year, which surprised Rood. He didn't understand how the past could have changed. These changes left him puzzled. If he kept refusing weapons like this, he might be left for a second year. Rood didn't understand if the past had changed because of him, and if he was left for a second year, there might be a problem in the future with the main squad that fought against the Dragon King. At that point, Balak said he was ready to give up the glory and stay for a second year, but Rood Denethos shut him up. Rood Denethos asked the professor if he could make an exception. However, the professor replied that he couldn't make an exception just for Balak, because others might think it was unfair. Rood then asked why in his past life he was allowed. Rood asked if that meant he should just pick any weapon. "I'm sure you'll find something useful." At that moment, Rood Denethos noticed something. He threw the gloves to the guy and told him to take these. He reiterated again that they use guns. Rood Denethos asked her if those weapons were protective gear, but the guy said he wasn't using protective gear either and just let him shut up and take it as a gift from a friend. The guy told him it's not a weapon, it's gloves. Rood Denethos replied that they are weapons, as they have recently been issued for that purpose. He stated that he had chosen a gun and that was the end of it. He wondered what was going on there, since the professor wasn't here either. The professor agreed that they were very strange gloves. The main cargo noticed that he had an interesting look in his eyes. Barely got around this time, but you have to be careful as his actions could affect the future. There aren't many people, probably because it's the first day of class. Most of the subjects were theoretical. The first week of study, Arathium, is a time of adjustment for freshmen. At that time, the instructors evaluated the students to recommend them to the guild. Rood had already taken some measures to be remembered and write a good recommendation. Now all that was left was to prepare for practice. The girl asked the guy if he was the sucker. He replied that he was a Balaksteros wrestler and added that she was saying sucker. Rood Denethos didn't understand why she wouldn't move away from him like anything. The guy said she was a mage, so she can't understand the dignity and honor of a fighter. For him to be dishonored without honor is scarier than death. He was really out of his mind. At this time, he was approached. Some guy said he was addressing him and called them ghouls. Rood Denethos looked up and asked if he had called him. Of course he had called for him and that bore. Let him move. Who are they to collect them? Who'd they call freaks anyway? She's the one who called Balak a sucker. The boy recognized Hennis Halfley. He had heard her read her speech at the ceremony. He had no beef with her. He's William Farte from Class B. But she didn't ask him and called him an idiot. He was sorry to see the best freshman girl with some bastards. At first he wanted to call her out to them, but now he realizes why she goes with them. Let her back off. He wasn't having a conversation with her. She didn't care who he was having a conversation with. Let him back off. And don't let him say her name for nothing. Rood Denethos asked what he wanted. For starters, let him calm down and leave. No need to pry into the conversation to look in front of the professor. This guy chose his weapons and is showing off, thinking he can get away with it. And this guy didn't choose anything at all. With that attitude, he better get the hell out of the academy. The Clowntown hero realized the guy was right. He did it on purpose. There were similar thoughts in his past life when he kept his head down. 2. Memories popping up in his mind. Someone told him he had no parents, no ability, no character, and once a freak like that got caught. It's a shame he survived. Maybe he's in trouble, Or maybe he definitely doesn't have parents who can help anymore. He was full of energy at the time, so he took every action seriously. Now it's time to do the mature thing. Rood Denethos asked if it was true that even if he had 500 different swords, he would still beat him. He was asked what he was talking nonsense about. Of course he could handle a freak like that with his bare hands too, he thinks. Just like Hennis. Of course, the guy went ballistic after that. He called him a son of a bitch, then said he's just a real bastard who wants attention. Afterward, he punched him, but Rood Denethos dodged it. Of course, after that, the guy just fell over. Hennis really enjoyed all the action. The guy was furious at this time. At that moment, he grabbed his weapon. The girl immediately told him that guns are not allowed outside of school hours, but he told her to shut up and drew his sword. After that, he began to approach Rood. He realized the guy was a miserable bastard, but thanks to him, he was able to apply what he'd learned from Balak in his past life. Stero-style punching reflection. The main one started to approach the guy at this point. Of course, he was very much surprised and had not expected this turn of events at all. After that, Rood Denethos punched him, and then said let that be a lesson to him. The guy immediately realized that this was their family's signature move, at which point someone asked what was going on here. Some woman came running in and started asking why he was deciding on the floor. If she asked, it was them again. Let them get away from him now. That asshole hit William first. According to the guy, Hennis started to say don't let him lie and start harassing them. And then he also pulled out a weapon. Rood Denethos simply responded to their attacks. He didn't even have a sword in his hands. He was surprised he had subdued the guy with his bare hands. The freshman hadn't gotten a scratch yet. Have them take him to the infirmary. Have Rood Denethos stop by the professor's office after class. Where do these assholes come from? They'd better tell me what techniques he used. She said it was parrying, but started to ask if he thought they knew what parrying was. How could he do that with his bare hands? Does he know how to do that, or is it a technique only adults in their family can use? Maybe he's the brother they've been hiding for years. Rood Denethos, of course, can't say that he learned it from him in a past life, so he began to ask what kind of bana carries when himself. Anyway, if you don't get it, he was a genius. Hennis looked at him contemptuously at this point. So his teacher was small, but that's no explanation. Let him be honest, because he's hiding something, or what? But Rood said he wasn't hiding anything. Even if he's hiding it, you don't want to pester your friends with questions. Hennis probably has some secrets of his own, but let him tell you who it is. Friends, he actually just met him today. Then right now they're friends. Very nice, so he's a real overachiever. But can you call a friend a moron? He's so annoying. Rood began to remember Hennis telling the muscle boar to move over in the past. He was making her feel annoyed that he was so hot. Shouldn't fire magic be able to tolerate heat well? The guys started telling Rood that they couldn't be late for class. Why is he standing there? There's no need to hurry. No one has died yet, but no one will this time. Then what goes? Let him go rest. The guy hadn't done anything wrong. He seemed suspiciously lucky, so she wanted to figure it out. The woman then began pouring herself a cup of coffee. She said that, however, it was not necessary. 20 minutes ago, the main game was busy making a mess. He started to explain that these guys were insulting his friends, so he didn't notice. Then another one of them started swinging his sword. He was afraid that his friends might get hurt, so he had misjudged his strength a little. He apologized. He shouldn't have acted so childish. Where did such a well-mannered kind come from? Not like that William. She's got him in training. Apparently she said let someone in and asked what he was doing here. About the professor, I asked, or she's joking. There's a freshman teachers meeting here today, that's why I'm here. She was stubborn and insisted on it because Waslaw's ego out. What? She doesn't realize when she was being stubborn. She just suggested another one of her offers would leave her pants off. At that moment someone walked into the office and it was Arthur Winston, the D-class teacher, asking if they knew how many times they had called the administrator because of them. Next to him was Damien Grace, the C-class teacher. What has she done that he's always picking on her? He picks on her because she deserves it. Constantly demanding something to install in Professor Caden. She hasn't bought anything like that. Just magical air purifiers, a couch, and dragon skin. The man added that another dolphin flower for 3 million rubles. The thought of keeping a close eye on the work plan. How could the professor forget just about the meeting? How meticulous he was. That's why there was no hair on her head. When questioned, she said she hadn't said anything. Let him calm down. We need to start the meeting. This year's freshmen are stronger compared to last year's scoring. The likelihood of graduating academically will be pretty high as well. Vanya doesn't know yet, even with good skills there can be mental health issues. And the role of the teacher is to help with internal growth, among other things. Who to look out for? Class C doesn't have much of that. The bulk of it is pretty high level. In Class B, one retarded, one psycho. That the manner of speech of a retarded person is the same one who got into a fight today. And someone crazy, there is such a one, almost did not like it, immediately starts talking about his muscles. Balak Steros wrote the written exam terribly. Practice became just peerless. The man asked, or was it the son of that famous admirer of Steros' muscles? So he's a pretty capable professor. Looking forward to meeting him. By the way, there are 2 rising stars in his class as well. The second daughter of a famous halflay mage family, Hennis, and a student named Rood Denethos. The man interjected, if Hennis halflay was the best among the enrollees, meaning the Empress of the White Flame had immediately spotted her when she saw the fire poppy. Was the second student also from some famous family, or what? She thinks he'd better take a look at it in person. Is it definitely him, or what? Written and practical exams barely average, failed, lost his family, moonlighted as a mercenary, but when they see him, they will change their minds. Perhaps his conclusions are hasty, but he feels he will be the strongest among the freshmen. If that's what he says about him, there seems to be some truth to it. It's unusual for him to be in Class A. So had she seen him before, or what? He's willing to do anything for his friends, very polite and an awesome student. She liked him so much, now she wants to take him into her class. They look at her, so she knows how to praise her students too. It turns out she praises sometimes, too. Just do they realize it? There's this student in her class who's a sword-wielding. Well, it was the protagonist who subdued him with his bare hands, but in the Moon's entrance exam, he used a sword, and here he fought unarmed. She clearly has a knack for hand-to-hand combat, so it's better if it's run by her, as an expert in the field. That's problematic. And he's a true innovator in sword-wielding, so he should be the one to train him. He would be much more effective in his class if he became his mentor. And was he so interested in apprentices? Let him not make her laugh. Why his weapon when he fended off a sword strike with his bare hands? He was the first to discern the main character's abilities. He can't give in to her. Maybe she should show him again who's older. And she doesn't remember how only 2 weeks ago she had a bet with him and lost. At this point, someone came in a rage and simply broke the table in half with their anger. He told the 2 of them to sit back down. What with all the fighting between professors? At this point, the woman said it was an expensive item and the man took note. He then asked Damien or she didn't have any thoughts on the matter. He refrains from picking a seemingly intimidating professor like himself as a mentor. If he has an aptitude for computers and it's worth meeting once, there's still a week left of practice bouts after which teachers need to make recommendations, so let him settle down. And they can show interest all they want. It's still up to the student to decide. What is it? Is this guy from Dassel or something? The woman deflated about it. She was told it was a small village, which disappeared 10 years ago in a celestial debacle. The sky crash is a tragedy that occurred 10 years ago in southern Caliban, in which half of the kingdom's territory disappeared. After this incident, the state lost its former strength, and Caliban disappeared from the maps a few years later and its office. The culprit for the destruction of an entire village was a single dragon with the ability to reincarnate, and it was impossible to predict exactly what it would become. One of the 7 great dragons, the heavenly dragons of Kianal. He asked Daniel, or was he in the raid too? After all, the man who killed the celestial dragon was his teacher. He was a beginner then, so he didn't know how to do anything. To survive in that situation was already a miracle. Anyway, Dissel is one of the affected villages. That place was completely destroyed. I didn't know there were any survivors. Maybe he wants to avenge this tragedy. The genius he kept in his heart for hating dragons, and who can with his skills stand up to even him. The only survivors with unprecedented powers. However, he has to correct him a bit here. The professor asked what he wanted. He said he will probably be the strongest among the freshmen, however, in the D class. I mean, a genius with amazing skills. There was another girl there. A genius. William told the professor that he did 3 approaches of 200 times. All right, now do 2,000 burpees, 8 sets. Make him get up faster. Self-training class. Now that's something normal. It was still 3 days away from the duel, and he seemed to have already remembered the breathing and movement method from his past life. He may well be able to achieve a lime result. At that moment, Rood noticed something. He asked the guy, or can he pay lip service while practicing? Said that great power is manifested by powerful breathing. What kind of nonsense is that? So if a bear roars, you get the strength of a bear. He can't lift that weight, so he's not strong enough, Rood said. Tell him to stop talking. First have him assume a normal posture, and then say, every time he sniffles, have him lean sideways. And really, maybe it would be stimulated more effectively that way. He's definitely his unrivaled teacher. Hennis came in and immediately said that it stinks a lot. After that, they think they are normal. How can you exercise 3 o'clock in a row and not rest once? When one feels muscle growth, then he can know the joy of exercise. By the way, she was too thin. He would guide her, let her start working out. And she thought her weight was normal. Let her not fit, it stinks. Compared to women, they look like stray dogs that have been starving for a week. Of course, this infuriated him. She couldn't understand what stray dogs meant. Did he want to die or something? At that point she asked where to send it. Rood said to buy something to drink. When she asked the guy if he was going with the main character, he said he couldn't walk after such exertion. If she brought him a protein shake, it would be a good thing, but she didn't say anything to him. She was surprised that someone had come early. It was, in fact, the very capable girl the professors were talking about. The two of them definitely got their attention. The girl said she thought of her brother, similar, but it turned out not to be true. Her name was Lion Claire, a swordswoman skilled in the devilish sciences, a strong warrior and dragon slayer. Compared to his brother, the one who first showed him the insurmountable wall of difference, Rood Denethos asked if he said she would see her again and that he would remember her. Damn it, didn't even give him a chance to win if she hadn't died in the battle with the heavenly dragon back then. Rood told Hennis to step back. At that moment, Rood Denethos told the girl to get the hell out of here. Afterward, she asked if she had plugs in her ears. Then the girl raised her drink upward, and then she threw the can at the guy. Rood Denethos dodged that can. Rood's memories immediately began to surface. After that, something started to happen. The girl approached him at that instant, but Rood Denethos asked and grabbed her leg. She was very much surprised that he blocked her blow, then let him try to respond to it. Hennis yelled at him for what he was even doing. She thought he was just some idiot. He dodged her punches twice. Did he also come to mock her because she got in on a recommendation or something? Rood Denethos asked about the suitcase. She said ours was blocked by the drink machine. Rood Denethos said he wanted to let him move over. After that, the girl moved away. Rood Denethos started to buy himself a drink. Looks like she was wrong. Rood Denethos asked. She still hadn't gotten off, and she asked what his name was. Rood Denethos introduced himself. Afterward, the girl said he would remember us. After that the main blood started to go away and she said whenever she wanted. Hennis said she should apologize. Who the hell is she? His arm almost broke. He just wanted to test the difference between them. She was still just as strong. The girl started to ask if he was alright, if he was hurt. Leon? Hadn't she seen him fend off her blows? What do you mean? Fought back. She thought his arm was going to come off and let him shut up and they would go to the medical room. The guy asked why Rood Denethos hurt his arm. Did someone damage something or something? The woman began to ask how this even happened. Rood Denethos replied that it was just a small accident. At that moment the professor came running and asked what was going on. The girl replied that some girl suddenly started swinging her legs and hitting him. Rood Denethos started correcting her and saying she hadn't been drinking. It was just a minor altercation. The professor asked who had beaten up Rood, and the girl told her it was a girl, also a freshman. She had silver hair, yellow eyes, and said she'd gotten in on a recommendation. The professor immediately realized that it was Lion Claire from Class D. That's not gonna work. They need to go and sort it out. But the guy started saying she started it. Calm down. She won't stand for it, even if he started it first. This isn't the only time she's beaten up other students. What's the matter with her? Seems like someone she couldn't sit down. She beat up such a nice boy, too, that he's not asking to tolerate her. As a teacher, she has to find a more reasonable way, a sensible way to do it. If she started to deal with it on the spot, the right of punishment would be with Mr. Arthur from Class D. He would probably try to keep it quiet. It's better to contact Father Lion, the guild leader and dead dragon first. He is the kind of person who separates the personal and the public. so he will probably ask to have an educational conversation with her. After that, she can go to Mr. Arthur and not give him a scandal. So he's offering to turn the tables on him and get the right to punish her. It was right. We should not make a big deal out of it. It would be better to do with penalty points, correctional work, extra study hours. Except that the goal is to correct behavior, so extra lessons may be a bit out of line. He was a true genius, and Rood Denethos felt shame at this point. The guy came up to him and told him that the professor seemed to really like him. He congratulates him on that. Let him shut up. Let him not get upset about losing. Don't bring them up to be real men. 3 days later, I think everyone was in a gathering. They ask all students to line up in their classrooms. Now, they begin batting classes together. And now the competition between the A and B classes begins. Each student, on a first-come, first-served basis, let them choose an opponent to compete against. The one whose name has already been called may no longer compete in other contests. Each student will fight twice. This is the end of the explanation. The other students wish them victory. At the competition, all the teachers were sitting on the second floor judging the students. Number 1. Jillian McDougall. Let her come out, she called out to her opponent. The competition in the classroom was only lip service, more like a lesson, but in reality was an assessment exam. Only aptitude is looked at. Origin and background are unimportant, as only skills and talents are evaluated. This is one of the reasons why the Academy is a top institution. In other words, everyone who is here has heard all their lives what geniuses they are. He doesn't recall that. Next up is number 8, Hennis Hafley. Although if you think about it, in front of a true genius, the enemy is simply frozen. The guy started screaming and cheering him on at this point. Rood Denethos didn't understand how a mage who wasn't good at close combat could do such a thing. Only she could do it, and her self-confidence was astounding. Have everyone get ready. Then the command to begin was given. The girl immediately started using magic. After that, she started attacking the guy. What a relief that the fireball speed wasn't that high. Otherwise, the contest would be over after one hit, not knowing the opportunity to cast the next spell. The guy was trying his best to beat the girl at this moment. Then he could observe her legs in front of him. Then she started using magic again. The guy didn't realize when she had time. The distance between them has increased. She's already preparing the next magic move. We need to do something as soon as possible in the guy's place. In that instant, Hennis said he was caught. He underestimated her. He didn't think a mage could get close to a swordsman. Such a crazy gimmick. The guy admitted he lost. Hennis Hafley wins. They were both good. At that moment, she spotted Ms. Liana on the balcony. Empress of the White Flame, Liana Blueberry, guild leader. Rood Denethos wondered what she was even thinking as she approached the swordsman. I just bet on the sudden appearance effect. He probably thought a magician could only shoot from a distance. It's a two-way stick. If the enemy had realized a little earlier that she was trying to get closer to him, he would have expressed danger. Though forever was like that, it's not usually common for mages to fight such intense battles, and on the superior feels of the opponent the moves were not bad, and the magic was used correctly. Pretty good assessment of the whole situation. That was right. A battle mage was quite rare. More additional teachers would have to be announced, but this time a fire mage was needed. Next, have him come out and call out his opponent's name. It'll be interesting to see who's next. At that moment William started to summon Rue. He said that last time he got distracted, but she wouldn't succeed this time. The woman was surprised to hear this. What's the matter? Why the unnecessary phrases and pompousness? Rood Denethos realized there was nothing he could do about it in deference to his willpower. He'll do what he can. Let him come this way. In that instant, they could hear the sounds and beating of the god. Everyone was very much surprised as they watched this. Then someone started saying he was staying. Rood said he would fight to the last. He said he was staying. He kept drinking it. They were good. Rood Denethos will be out next, and him again. If he needs a rest, he can change the order. Rood Denethos said he would continue the battle, then let him name his opponent. Rood Denethos said Balaksteros came up to him. The guy was a little surprised, but, of course, he went up to him. Afterward, he told Rood that he didn't want to fight him, but he'll have to, because he's the strongest man here. He then said that the wrestler Steros doesn't fight friends of friends, so he's in a hurry. Then, like a coward, Balak had been strong in a past life. The ground shook under his feet, and if he swung his fists, mountains fell. However, That is not enough now, he will have to sit, and his honor, which he cherishes more than his life. But he needs to climb at least one run in life and become the strongest. He's learned a lot from getting it from him. This time it was his turn. Wrestler Steros doesn't refuse to be challenged to a fight, so that's immediate. The head rat said he would unlock a wrestling talent that has yet to blossom. The guy said he's stronger than him, so he won't ask him to pull out his sword right away. He hopes to fight at full strength. Rood Denethos asked why he might not have said that. At that moment, the command to prepare was given, and after that, the team started. Rood Denethos and his boyfriend got into a standoff. In that instant, memories came flooding back to him. Balak said he was here at his brother's request. He asked him to calm him down because he was acting wild. Rood Denethos told him not to make him laugh. Let him tell him to come in person if he doesn't like something. Isn't that too harsh of a response? He's his family. In that instant, he threw out his sword. He called him a bore and told him to shut up. What the hell, family? Balak says he's not a bore. Why is he resisting that? Did he want to die or something? Why does he always go where he doesn't belong? Steros doesn't refuse a challenge to fight. That's how it is. Let him attack then. But the guy beat him with ease. Rood Denethos called him a bore again and said how strong he was. But the guy retorted that he was supposed to be strong. Rood Denethos asked that he was mocking him. It was true, even though he is stronger than him. After the lion incident and the drag with that jerk, he had to admit that his level was enough to linger among the real town. In this moment, Balak was preparing for battle morally. Then he planted his feet sharply on the floor. After that, started running straight at Rood. Rood stretched out his hand. Rood has managed to take a stubborn jab to the chin. Balak was greatly surprised when he felt all of this. After that, Rood hit him one more time. Then he had already messed up his legs, but the guy managed to fend off this attack. After that, Rood started hitting him with his elbow. Then the guy grabbed him squarely by the shoulders. But right after that, Rood started attacking him. Rood looked at him in surprise. In that instant, he didn't see the guy in front of him. Balak said he was bitching this time. He was just crazy for attacking in the open. Rood thought it was a crazy piece of muscle. He was able to hit him properly a few times, and there were scratches on him. The soul of a wrestler is in his muscles. The Steros were a race of fighters in the north, placed on the muscles of the fanatics. Their muscles, which had transformed over the years, were stronger than iron armor. Their deeds were themselves instead of spear and shield. If the usual blows don't work on him, Balak was surprised that Rood was so fast. Not only do you have to act fast, but you have to use complex techniques that are not easy to follow. At this point the guy went into a rage. After that, he swung around and reflected that it was impossible to penetrate Steros' armor. Rood struck again in that instant, and then he felt his pain after all, and reflected on the fact that it had been impossible to break through his body before. Rood Denethos asked at this point, said the better guy was ducking. Balak was very much surprised at these words. What is needed here is a short blow with gentle pressure with which to break through his armor and shatter his insides. Just like some kind of glass thing. If he doesn't duck, he loses. Rood knows this method. This was the attacking technique of the Steros. The shape, which combined the stony hardness of the mountains with an inner softness that resembled the evasiveness of waves, made Balak realize that Rood's movement was similar to the Steros' technique. But he didn't suppose that he would be able to comprehend the techniques of countering them, for he wasn't of their kind, as he had learned, though it didn't matter. Now he's just wants to beat this guy. The main character tells the guy to get ready. With a smile on his face, he launches an offensive. You have to focus and follow his movements. At the rate he can catch on, he should be able to find patterns and read his trajectory. He also has to grab it. After that, the guy went into a rage and started attacking on his own. Their fists collided with each other. Rood realized the guy was a freaking genius. After that, they started literally beating each other with their fists. Rood's strength lay not only in his physical abilities, but also in his ability to sense his opponent and his perfect technique. Although he looked exhausted, he was outmatched by his reserves of strength. In that case, he decided to use the winning shot. Then Rood Denethos was already reaching for his weapon. He told the guy it was a good fight. Balak was very much surprised that the guy didn't duck. Rood Denethos said he was strong after all. After that, he began to use his weapon. Balak didn't expect this turn of events at all. Then he just fell to the ground. But at that moment he had a sort of smile on his face. Rood Denethos also looked at him and said he was stronger. Everyone was silent at this moment, but after the guy won, they began to cheer. Everyone was very much surprised at what a dynamic battle it was. Someone started saying it couldn't be. The man was surprised that it was a battle of students. Both of them were using Manhwa at a level that was multiples beyond normal dragon slayers, plus this Rood Denethos, and after all they were still fighting not in full force, but the perfection of these movements. This precision later showed that this student is already a year-old fighter of high level. It was his perfect sword strike at the very end, and Balak proved to be a tricky guy too. It couldn't be, but Rood's techniques resembled those of a teacher. The so-called heavenly sword of Aina Bryce. No matter how much of a genius he was, it seemed to her that demons were impossible to defeat, but she was not a genius, but a true sword monster. She had a fully formed technique before she even began her training. If he could personally train such a student. The student dining hall at this point. Someone was furious that it was Korean food again. Hennis was sure a day like this would be a good day to have lunch, a restaurant. Balak said restaurants often fall down on low-protein dishes. Rood Denethos said he has no money, so how did they get it? It's good food. Why pay for food when you can eat for free? Or does he have no money? No chickens to eat? Hennis said she had enough money. Rood Denethos recalled that she had come from a family that had experienced fear in the past. It's not like the dummy was doing too badly even. So he was, sir, acting like a gorilla. Oh shit, so he's a pauper, risked his life for money, worked as a mercenary. Hennis said she could buy him a drink. Balak must have money, too. So he was the only poor person here. Rood Denethos said he didn't want their paltry handouts and called them filthy rich. What was it that suddenly took that speech from him? At that moment, someone said there he was, that student. Some guy was telling Abel to let him look and asked if he was talking about him. These were the guild leaders, and indeed, they were from a guild called Stalker and Dull Moon. He greeted him and said that it was an impressive battle. He was Roderick Rivalry, the leader of the Stalker Guild. Rood Denethos introduced himself by name. Celestial Archer Roderick, Moon Shadow Abel. He hadn't had the chance to see them in person in his past life. They died in the battle with the heavenly dragons before he became a dragon slayer. And this is Abel. Wait, as he sees it, he was shy. But the guy said he wasn't shy. Afterward, the guy laughed and said it was a joke. Hennis immediately stood up and introduced herself by name. And the guy introduced himself as well. They seemed pretty capable to him, too. What are they doing in the student dining hall? They had graduated from this academy too, just missing Korean food. The girl wondered if Ms. Liana might be with them too. Liana left immediately after finishing their belt, saying she had nothing else to look at. Don't let them get upset, she'd be at the academy soon. At this moment, the guy approached Rood and said that Abel had praised him a lot, saying that his guild needed such talent. Abel told Roderick to stop talking nonsense. He said his name was Rood Denethos and asked the guy if he knew who he was. Rood Denethos said that the Dragon Slayer was at number 4 in the rankings, the guild leader of the number 2 guild, Misty Moo. So he knows? Well, let him remember. The Dim Moon takes second place not because it's in any way inferior to ideas like Sacred Fire. He'll get right to where he sought his fight. It wasn't bad. Since this is the case, let him be treated as a genius. Afterward, Rood Denethos said he was outstanding. Abel said he had good self-esteem. He had a suggestion for him. Would he agree to join the Faint Moon Rai after graduating from the academy? Hennis was very much surprised at such a suggestion, then quite a begging offer, of course. Rood Denethos asked, isn't it illegal to recruit students ahead of time? Why do they want him specifically? This is only a formal rule. If the students have sufficient ability, such outstanding geniuses need a stage where they can prove themselves. Can guarantee that the Dull Moon will provide the most suitable conditions for this. He apologized and said that he hadn't decided on a guild yet. In such a large guild, he would have a secure rear in such a large guild, but if he accepted the offer, he wouldn't be free to take further steps from then on. However, he is willing to offer a deal. They can find one person, or it's his older brother who came out 10 years ago after the Heaven Crush. If it's about the survivors of the Heavenly Crush, then it would be a bit difficult. He refuses to accept his invitation to the guild, but demands so much. Then what can he offer in return? The protagonist asked if there was a connection to him. He thinks he has a personal connection to a future rising star. Not a bad option either. He agreed and said he hoped this acquaintance would develop into a rewarding relationship. Rood Denethos smiled and said that naturally there is. Hennis said it was like a hurricane came through. Everything is interesting. All the rankers are like that. He turned down such a big offer, seemingly confident in his abilities, Got good at apologizing, or what? Rood Denethos didn't understand what she was talking about, and she explained that it was a notice with faculty evaluations. Rood Denethos remembered. Because of this unexpected encounter, he had completely forgotten to read the technique evaluation messages after the first competition. Students are given score sheets each time after committing. He doesn't remember getting good scores in his past life. Rood Denethos said he received and forgot to check. Hennis looked at him thoughtfully. She said that you cannot even look. It is immediately clear. Probably wrote only good reviews, that the whole family can be proud. That's how she's kept up the story about his brother, or what? That's right, she has a sister. As far as he can remember, she was in a coma. Dalek asked the protagonist what kind of man his brother was. A very kind and brainless idiot. The brother was an idiot, deciding to be some kind of indomitable warrior out there to save his only little brother. And after all, you're already in favor of him. Rood Denethos said, he's going to be strong. He's no match for him. If even he says that, he thinks, you can't worry. He was probably alive. He hoped so, of course. Hennis suggested checking their grades in the morning. Then all three of them began to open their letters. First, she has a great sense of combat, excellent use of magic, uses strategy, targeting the enemy's weaknesses. Has all the qualities to become a battle mage, basically everything as she expected. Dalek said it next, a high-level wrestler, has excellent physicality and reactions. He didn't realize if he had nice muscles. Rood asked what it was at the end, and the guy said the professors weren't blind. You had to be writing something like that. Professor Claire was a good man. The girl asks what's all this nonsense. Dasho, the teacher, admits he's in agony. Hennis couldn't understand why Rood was reading. At this point she told the guy to show her. She didn't realize what it was. At that moment, Rood walked in somewhere, apologizing for the disturbance. All the professors were there. One of them said the guy finally came. Let him come over here and make himself comfortable, and asked if he had already settled in at the academy. Rood hesitantly said yes. The woman with a very kind expression on her face asked if he wanted coffee, the kind of cookie he liked. The professor, too, begins to suck up to him, and says that the weather is still cold. It would be better to put on outer clothes. At that moment, Rood Denethos asked, staring at the other man. The guy then asked if he and the curator's choice had been called. On point. He seems to know what all those signatures on the scorecard mean. After the competition is over, freshmen must choose a mentor who best suits them. Sometimes the student is personally contacted by faculty members who leave their signatures on the evaluation sheet. It's rare to get all of the professor's signatures. It means that he has performed well in different fields. His opinion is first and foremost, so let him not be shy when making his choice. Each one is a professional in his field. White Sword, Danielle Gould, Claire Mason's Mad Dog, the ghostly predator Damian Grace, and the thunderous spearman Arthur Winston, all will not be the best teachers for him. Rood turned to Professor Daniel. In a past life, he too had chosen him and trained in sword techniques. Rood said that he would like to learn swordsmanship from him. The man said it was a good decision, but the guy had one condition. Let him make him his personal disciple. They were all very much surprised. The man wondered if he knew what that meant. Rood heard that the Heavenly Warrior's successor seat is still open, isn't it? The Heavenly Warrior is a sword master, a mana controller, who was trained specifically to slay dragons. In his past life, Professor Daniel was his brother's teacher, who was a legendary Heavenly Warrior. That is to say, originally, the next successor was supposed to be his brother. The place had said it. But how did he know that? He was thinking of making him his successor. The plan to do it a little later, or he would be the first to speak. A man asked if he could inquire as to why he wanted to take the seat. He said he needed strength as he was very weak. His friends and his whole family were killed by dragons. If he had been stronger, he might have been able to protect them. He doesn't want to relive it again. He doesn't intend to lose the people he cares about anymore. Would he be able to protect them if he were strong? At that moment, the boy asked Daniel to stand up. Then they started to go somewhere. After that, Rood just fell over. At that moment, his sister hugged him, and a dragon appeared right behind them. No matter what kind of suffering a person had to endure, if he seeks to gain strength only for the sake of his feelings, then such a person has no right to take the place of a heavenly warrior. But if his goal is to protect others, that changes things. The astonished professor agreed with this. He said he would make the boy his apprentice. However, he suggested, How about we all become Rood's handlers and train him together? Rood was extremely surprised when he heard this. The professor pointed out that Rood Denethos had special skills, and it would be a pity to only focus on sword techniques. If there was a chance to develop all of his abilities, it should be tried. Rood Denethos realized that even one mentor would have a hard time with him, and offering for at once could cause an imbalance in the other students' training. However, the man agreed, adding that it was a good suggestion. The world needs a skilled dragon slayer to exterminate them all. For the sake of training such a master, all other students would be relegated to the background. This professor was known as a stickler for rules, but now he's saying the exact opposite. Of course, resentment from other students will follow, but what can you do? They have only themselves to blame for their own inferiority. The woman seconded the motion, and the man who spoke next to her said that if Arthur agreed, so did he. The professor clarified that this is only a suggestion for Rood Denethos for now. Whatever choice Rood Denethos made, he was sure that those around him would not lose respect for him. He pondered whether it would be the right decision to agree to become the next heavenly warrior and train with the 4 teachers. What if his choice deprives someone else of a chance, and it affects the future? However, to change the future, a man is needed to replace his brother, confront the heavenly dragon, and prevent the coming catastrophe. Rood Denethos stated that he is asking for support and help to give back the future to those who have lost it. For the sake of it, he will work determinedly on himself, correcting his past actions and focusing on the singular goal of becoming stronger. He will become that warrior. At this point, someone said that it was possible to die on this path. The girl couldn't tell if the professor had any dislike for her. 2 hours ago, on the faculty practice field, Lion Claire was doing an extra lesson, i.e. independent training. The girl was in the training room when she heard this remark. If she understood, then let her take a stand, because if she continues to just stand, it could end badly for her. She realized that procrastination was dangerous and immediately began to attack. At this moment, the girl felt intense, debilitating pain. She was also annoyed with Rood. She'd hit him once, and he'd run right out to complain. Though, come to think of it, she'd made the mistake of hurting his hand. It was her fault, but because of one incident, she was immediately given penalty points and made to do cleaning work. It seemed that the extra lessons were just an excuse. To top it all off, her mother contacted her and scolded her for what happened. Naturally, all this made the girl furious. At that moment, as it turned out, Rood was standing quite nearby. Lion Claire, always so cold-blooded, was questioning whether she was definitely human, but now it seemed like she was crying. It turned out she had tears, too. It seems that it was after the death of the guild leader, who bore the nickname Dead Dragon. In her previous life, Lion had been an ordinary child until her foster father, the guild leader, died. At that time, Rood was still a boy, and he and Lion had a bad relationship, so he didn't really look into the circumstances that turned an 18-year-old girl into such a lost person. This was the man who made an 18-year-old girl cry. Although Rood never complained or spread rumors, there was a feeling that everyone thought he was the culprit. Rood Denethos asked himself if he really felt guilty about what had happened. He walked over to Lion and asked why she was sitting there crying. Barely seeing him, Lion felt a flash of rage. What a bastard! He got beaten up a little bit, and he just ran right out to complain. Does he even realize how hard it's been on me? Ran through her head. If only he hadn't spoken to her so rudely. But at that moment Rood suddenly apologized and held out a handkerchief to her. She was greatly surprised and asked if he had really just said that. Rood apologized for being rude at the time, admitting that he had overreacted a bit. He added that he hadn't intentionally snitched on her. He was ashamed of himself, but his girlfriend had come forward. Lion was surprised that he'd apologize so easily. So it's not that important to him, she thought. After that, Lion started to blow her nose, which looked ridiculous. She asked him if he thought apologizing would make her stop being angry. Rood, slightly embarrassed, replied that he had not asked her to blow her nose in the handkerchief. Then he told her to calm down, for he would wash it. Lion said she accepted the apology, admitting her share of the blame, but warned that if he was bothering her, the issue wouldn't stay that way. Rood replied that he would try to avoid her, though he still intended to become strong. In the past, Lion had always acted alone. The girl turned around and started to walk away. Lastly, she said he could say hello to her if he wanted to. Rood interrogated what she meant. Lion repeated that if it was okay with him, he could say hello. Rood was quite surprised by her words. Wow. I didn't expect to see her like this, he thought. Why did she just say that? Friends won't show up if you do things you haven't done before. At that moment, Rood suddenly asked what she was talking about. Lion, a little irritated, wondered why he was asking such questions. Rood explained that they seemed to be going in the same direction. He added that he was headed to the faculty practice field. Lion was surprised that he was going to the same place. Maybe his handler is there too, she thought. At that moment, Rood confidently opened the doors and stepped inside. The professor greeted him, saying he was waiting for them to come together. Rood asked the professor if the girl would listen to the lesson with him. He replied that he had asked her to do so. Rood couldn't believe it. In her previous life, Lion's mentor was Professor Claire. Although Lion was not a bad swordswoman and the daughter of the dead Dragon Guild leader, she had chosen Claire to fill in the gaps in her melee techniques. Lion asked if there was something he didn't like. Rood replied that it wasn't that. He explained that close combat techniques were necessary for her style, especially in a battle with a dragon. Plus, he noted that she was using a one-handed sword, and her technique in the competition was already excellent. Rood added that if you reinforce technique with strength training, the results will be even better. Lion noticed that she didn't really like the fact that he was watching her, but admitted that his idea wasn't a bad one. Rood assured her that he wasn't specifically watching anyone. At this point, the girl let out a curse, which caused the professor to be perplexed. The professor noted that she was complaining too quickly, making it hard to concentrate. Lion defiantly stated that he thought as if she would choose Professor Claire over Professor Daniel. But Rood couldn't understand why she was so harsh on Claire, since their relationship had been good in the past. Now, however, the future had changed, and Lion was almost feuding with Claire. It's all because of Professor Daniel's plan. The reason for this plan is Rood himself, but they put off discussing it until later. The professor offered to move on to class, explaining the nature of the class. He explained that sword technique consists of many levels, from simple movements to perfection. While they almost don't need theories, experience is key. It takes focused training to gain the right experience. Independent study is an important part of this process. The professor asked if they were ready, noting that they would have to fight each other. He added that this is where they will conclude today's class. He then said the classes will include individual and joint training, wishing them a good weekend. Rood pondered that he might at least be able to defend himself. Lion warned him to be careful what he said. She also noted that if she could cuss like he did, she could do better. But so far, she had only gotten hit. Lion said it wasn't that important. They lost because of their own weakness, but they came here to become stronger. Besides, she added, Professor Daniel had specifically succumbed to them in battle. Lion suggested that Rood practice with Professor Claire so that he would realize that her classes with Daniel were still flowers. Rood, embarrassed, told her to stop talking about it. Why did he suddenly feel guilty, or was it just her imagination? Lion suddenly suggested, if he really felt guilty, let him teach her his techniques. Rood didn't understand why she had asked him to do that. The girl explained that she lacked skill in fighting. Everyone says that Rood is a good fist fighter, so he could help her. He objected. Why him? She should learn from the instructors. He didn't have time to practice, and she needed his techniques. Lion said she was tired of constantly getting punched by Professor Claire. She looked at him with puppy dog eyes, as if pleading with a look. Rood, sighing, agreed, asking only not to be pestered again. Lastly, the girl reminded him not to forget his promise. He still couldn't get used to the difference between this Lion and the one in his previous life. He couldn't even say no to her. It wasn't at all because she looked cute, but more out of calculation. If she was going to be part of the main raid team, she better make friends with her. It might be a good chance to repay a debt from a past life, but how dare she ask him to do such a thing? He would make her regret it. The Eurasium Academy was located in the capital of the Empire of Althea, the training center for dragon slayers and the pride of the nation. Much of the equipment at the academy was state-of-the-art. Despite this, students often complained about the limited space and life exclusively within the walls of the academy. Therefore, the management allowed them to go to the city on weekends or holidays. Hennis irritably asked why Rood was weaving like that, stating that she had a lot to do today. Rood replied that he was going to spend the weekend at home, because his muscles needed rest. Dalek supported him, saying that there were so many interesting things to do in the capital that it was strange to spend the weekend on boring things. Rood added that he'd rather sleep than carry her bags. Hennis told him to stop grumbling and promised to treat him to an expensive lunch. Balak noted that for the sake of an expensive lunch, it was worth being patient. He asked Rood if he wanted to carry her things himself. Rood replied that he didn't have any money with him, so let Balak carry it. Balak complained that it was unfair, but quickened his step. Finally, Hennis declared that enough arguing, it was time for lunch. They walked into a luxurious restaurant. Miss Hennis was warmly welcomed as a regular customer. They were escorted to a table. Rood, looking around, couldn't believe how rich the place looked. Do they want to show that they are true aristocrats, or what? He thought. It was unusual for him to see so many forks on one table. Hennis asked the waiter to bring 3 identical dishes, adding a 600-gram venison steak to Rood's. She explained that he needed to regain his energy after training. When he heard that one dish cost 500,000 ribbons, Rood almost choked. That was his monthly subsistence allowance. He asked if it was too expensive. Hennis replied that since they were hauling her stuff, they deserved a decent lunch. Balak enthusiastically said he'd like to order something else, but Hennis cut him short, reminding him that she'd already added the steak. Balak was resentfully silent. Meanwhile, the waiters brought the order. They wished each other a pleasant appetite. Balak said the flavor of the food is excellent and comparable to the chef's dishes from his family, although the portions are small. At that moment, the knife flew in his direction. Hennis sternly reminded him to shut up. Then she turned to Rood and asked if he liked the food. She started telling him it was her favorite place, suggesting he try a few more dishes. Rood honestly admitted that he has never eaten such an expensive meal, so he doesn't even know how to rate it. But he was tensed by Hennis's excessive friendliness, for in his past life their relationship had been far from friendly. Then she called him a freak. She claimed she could handle the dragon alone, accusing him of wasting equipment. Rood had said that even a dog wasn't touched while eating, so why was he pestering him? How can he eat when he put her down with shit like that? He's become worse than a dog. He was more used to seeing her rough but honest. Now he didn't like her sucking up to him. At that moment Rood turned to her. She, on the other hand, grabbed Balak's arm in the meantime, and began to say that she had asked him not to tell her any more about how much he ate there and what he stuffed in his mouth. Maybe he has all his food going to his muscles instead of his brain, or maybe his brain is made up entirely of muscle because he is one gyrus. If he touches the menu again, she cut off his hands. Balak was startled by the girl's behavior. Then she asked Rood with a smile if he had said anything. Rood said he wanted to thank her for the treat. It was very tasty, even though it made him uncomfortable. It was better than that attitude. Let him just shut up and keep eating. Balak remarked that he was very sad about this discrimination. He looked at his watch and said it was 8 o'clock. I think there was something going on at the time. He remembered Lion's words about her saying they would see each other at A, and he would help her. Rood remembered that at the last moment. Lion said the guy was late. It's been 5 minutes, why hasn't he come? He was the first person she could talk to normally in this place, and he, unlike her, probably had a lot of friends and could forget about meeting. Just at that moment, Rood Denethos appeared behind her. He was surprised she was already here. He was late, didn't know it was customary to arrive 10 minutes before the appointed time. Rood Denethos admitted his mistake and apologized. Lion asked Elman if he'd eaten anything, and Rood Denethos sniffed his clothes, saying he'd gone to the capital with the boys. The girl was surprised that he was in the capital outside of the academy. Rood Denethos replied that his girlfriend bought him dinner. Lion, as if jealous, said, understandably. Rood Denethos started asking what she wanted to learn today, at which point the girl noticed that he seemed to have a lot of friends. He replied that they would start with simple positions, but Lion kept talking about her own and told him that she had never been to the capital. Rood Denethos didn't know how he should respond. Okay, she'd figured it out. Now she could get back to practicing. Rood Denethos asked if she said next Saturday is free. If that's the way she wants it, he won't go to the capital with her. Lion got excited and asked if it was true. Rood Denethos noticed that she was very excited, and she started to say that he should have offered to go. Rood Denethos asked if maybe he shouldn't then, but she said she would go. Anyway, he agreed and said that now it was time to stretch. She wanted to learn how to fight. She asked if the capital really had a lot to offer and lots of all sorts of delicious food, and what they would eat there. Lion also asked where he'd been today, which is the customary thing to do when out with friends. She remembered seeing it last time. She didn't understand why he was suddenly acting like this. Rood Denethos told her to stop it. Rood Denethos asked if she was always so talkative. She replied that her mom was always joking about her calling her a talker, and that she was the leader of the Dead Dragon Guild. If she likes to chat so much, how did she put up with it in her previous life? Rood Denethos again told her to stop talking. He explained that he uses the Steros style of fighting. More specifically, it's a modified technique so that it can be used by the average person. She was aware that the Steros base their technique on crazy physical stats. After all, that is why he will teach her a few of his brother's techniques and methods. If you combine these techniques with those used by Professor Claire, there are no definite rules or regulations. One simply tries to dodge blows and hit the opponent as much as possible. The dragon wondered how one could dodge when an opponent followed at his heels, so he's going to teach her how to get hit as little as possible. At this moment, Rood Denethos began to move very fast. Lion noticed that she couldn't see him move. It looked like he was evolving and laughing. Rood Denethos said limbs. This is a technique during which she moves exclusively on her toes, attacking her opponent. The leg muscles are used to a minimum, so the movement is barely perceptible. The girl asked if this was also a Steros technique. Rood Denethos responded that he came up with the technique himself, and normally such techniques are not used. The girl asked if he was a right genius. The guy answered her to try it once. The girl asked where exactly. She didn't understand how to do it, so she asked Rood. These are the kind of people they call geniuses. It took him 2 years to develop this technique, another year to transform it, and another year to master it. It's hard to call someone who tries to survive by any means necessary a genius. A genius is more likely someone who mastered it for minutes or took him for years. She remembered her other comrades from her past life. The girl asked if she was doing everything right. Rood Denethos smiled, then looked at her at that moment. Then he tripped her up and said it was just awful. Lion, of course, immediately fell to the floor afterward. Rood Denethos said he was talking about socks and she did a dance. Rood Denethos asked her to stand up and try again. Let her try to do her best. Tonight he would torture her until she succeeded. He told her to do normal and she told him to stop tripping her up. The protagonist at this point sat down on the bed. After that, he sighed heavily and said that he was very tired. It's good that things are going smoothly so far. Outwardly it's not that different from the past life. But here's the thing about relationships. In a completely different way than in the past, there have been strong changes. Rood wondered how this would affect the future, but he realized he couldn't let things go back to the way they were. If he wanted to save them, he needed to change the future. We just need to get the team back together and destroy the heavenly demon, then he can see it again. In the meantime, he must fulfill the role of brother, and the first thing he should overcome is blue sky technique. The two weapons collided with each other. The training continued. The professor was smiling at this point. In fact, Rood Denethos was practicing with him at this point. The guy realized he wasn't easy to deal with. He surprisingly likes to joke around. It looks like the enemy is not going to give up at all. The professor continued to stare at Rood at this moment. Rood Denethos dodged it and bounced back. He contemplated changing his style. Rood Denethos didn't understand where the fist came from. The professor clenched his fist and was ready to attack Rood. The protagonist flexed his arms for defense. He asked if only the sword could be used. The professor replied with a smile on his face that he had a very volatile character. Physically, he's still inferior to him. Rood Denethos bounced back again. The professor couldn't understand, or he was dressing the subject himself, too far removed. He stopped and let Rood Denethos show what he can do. At that moment, he noticed that Rood Denethos began to approach. The man thought he would go for subtle techniques. He used a blocking kick. Just at that moment, the sword flew out of his hand. Countermeasures. The blue sky technique is a sword technique aimed at defense, blocking kick and countering. In his previous life, he had only studied this technique to keep up with his brother, but the true blue sky technique required not only a sword, but another element as well. The professor said lastly that his techniques were great, even to be picked on. It felt like he had mastered them from the beginning. Rood Denethos said he beat them off very easily. The professor thought it was safe to move to a more serious level. Rood Denethos didn't understand what a more serious level meant. The blue sky technique does not only include sword skills. The sword can be mastered by those who are not adherents of this style. Mana control is only passed on to the successors of this style as a refinement of the technique. Mana is unrefined life force, usually accumulated in the most important organ, the heart. However, the blue sky technique goes beyond this norm, using a special way to utilize mana from outside. This is Manhwa. The receivers of the blue sky technique control a large amount of life force, droplets of it in a subspace called the celestial spirit, meaning they utilize some sort of energy transmission channel. Rood Denethos noticed the celestial spirit and remembered that his brother had one. It was an efficient method. If the heart already contained Manhwa, its role as a conduit would be reduced. He hadn't learned any other ways to control Manhwa yet, had he? Rood Denethos said that everything was correct. In his past life, he had used a normal method based on the magic circle system. So this was what the maximum Manhwa management index looked like, which was previously unfathomable to him. The quickest way would be to try this method himself. Let him sit down, but first let him decide where he wants to put the seal. Rood Denethos pondered over this question, then held out his hand and said here. The professor held out his hand too and said it would tingle a little. After that, he began to stamp him. Rood Denethos watched carefully. Rood Denethos was very much surprised, for the professor had said that he would have a little tingle, and he felt as if he were on fire. After a while, the professor finished. Rood Denethos looked carefully at his hand. There was some kind of power emanating from his hand. He noticed pure Manhwa flowing out from here. Rood Denethos pondered something in the distance. This is the legacy of receivers that has been passed down from generation to generation for a long time. They dedicated their lives to reach a certain level and use the information and Manhwa gained to create the heavens. These skies are the blue sky. At that moment, someone turned to him. Rood Denethos came to reality. The professor asked how he felt about his first encounter with blue skies. Rood Denethos said, "It was amazing. The first steps in mastering Manhwa are comparable to the appearance of a new organ in the body. It takes a long time to get used to the feeling and start applying Manhwa. It's amazing, but he can already feel her in his body quite confidently. He doesn't just feel it, he controls it, which descends from the expanse of blue sky just a few minutes later." The professor didn't realize who the guy was. As he was learning the normal way of handling Manhwa, there was a ring in his heart that was used to manifest its level. The level of the blue sky technique is revealed through the number of wings. A teacher has 6, heavenly sword masters like his brother have 7. He recalled the words that his goal now was 8 wings. One must make every effort. And Rood's, there was only 1 wing. The seal cannot be taken out because it is engraved on his soul. Even after the death of his successor, his memories and powers returned to the source. But in the space connected to the celestial, there were Daniel's teachers and the one who called the youngster brother. There wasn't. If this seal remains on the soul, then it was quite possible that after his return, the celestial spirit would hold the memories of his brother. The teacher didn't say anything about imprisonment in other dimensions. The confusion with his brother was gone. The heavenly dragon Sartman was the only clue. Like at that moment someone asked him why he was out of there so late. Hennis asked if he didn't know that every second counts if they want this idiot to learn anything. Rood replied that he was done on time. Why didn't they just go on without him? The girl replied that she couldn't handle the dumbass. Balak instantly reacted and said he had a dumbfounded. The girl responded by telling him that at this rate, he was in danger of a second year. It's strange to him, but as soon as he starts listening to the theory, he's ready to pass out. He wondered if this could be some sort of psychological attack using magic. Hennis asked the protagonist how his lessons with his handlers were. Rood replied that it was no big deal, except that they were taking an undue interest in him. He remembered the man telling him that he had exceeded his expectations. He was simply incomparable. The woman told him that he had single-handedly invented the technique. How beautiful. Hennis asked, meaning no big deal. He has a chance to be the subject of all curators, something that has never happened before in history. Is it really no big deal? For example, he could see Professor Damien. They say he's a misophobe. Rood said he didn't even know. An hour ago, he was in the office of a D-class professor. Tonight, too. He didn't last in our last time. If they'd known each other in a past life, some hot news could be discussed. But he's hardly ever met him, so he doesn't know anything about him. Of all the professors, he was the first to die. The man then spoke up and asked the guy if he liked tea. Rood replied that the flavor wasn't bad. That's good. It's most popular in the Empire. It is a variety of mulberry. He likes it too. Rood noticed that the man did not take a sip of this tea. They were silent after that, and for another half hour the lesson was over. Rood said that nothing much happened. He just drank his tea and left the office. Hennis didn't understand why it was so boring. Rood asked how they were doing with the handlers. Dalek replied that he really liked Professor Claire, a true warrior worthy of respect, and he also appreciated the beauty of the mask. Come to think of it, They got along well in their previous lives because they both had muscles instead of brains. Hennis shared that things just went from bad to worse for her. They said the supervisor wouldn't help, so they gave her another teacher, and do they know what he told her? He said that fire magic was extremely inefficient, so she should master another kind of magic. That if she insisted on only one direction, she would quickly reach her limit, but he was no match for the Empress of White Flame. Balak said, making sense of what he said. Fire magic is pretty rare, isn't it? Hennis became furious and started asking what he even understood. Rood began to calm him down and told the girl that if she didn't like the teacher, she could change the class. But the girl thought it was useless. There was not a single fire mage among the academy's professors. Who knows? Suddenly the White Flame Empress would become a teacher here to train her. Hennis asked what nonsense he was talking about. At that moment someone approached them from behind. Rood looked at the bow with disdain. The guy, on the other hand, was looking on with a smile on his face at this point. He welcomed Rood and said he hadn't seen him since the admission ceremony. He's Jeremy DeVille, student body president. The others must be Hennis and Balak. Rood asked if he had learned everything about them beforehand. The guy replied that they were just pretty famous. How could you not notice freshmen walking together all the time, especially Ruda? He was, after all, elected by all the faculty. Even among the upperclassmen, there's a lot of outrage that it's unfair. Rood asked if he had come as a representative of the seniors to voice his displeasure, but the guy explained that he had no objection to that. Surely there must be a reason for the professor's decision. On the contrary, he likes outstanding individuals. I can't. The guy then asked if Ruda was interested in the student council. They're always short on people. Rood replied that he didn't really like the idea of being an errand boy, but the guy explained to him that he shouldn't take it that way. It's not like he's being called a mercenary. After that, Rood Denethos became furious. The guy explained that he just said randomly, seemingly hitting the mark. It's just the kind of minor scratches that mercenaries tend to get. It looks like they've had a rough life. Rood tells him he's a bit over the top. His hobby is asset spawn. He even knows he's unusual and is looking for his brother. He's still just as obnoxious and talks like he knows everything. In a past life he was known among mercenaries for his rare powers of observation, but he knows the true face of this freak. Though not a villain, he saw himself in the most selfish and self-righteous way in favor of the vast majority. Rood Denethos said that although he's not into playing detective, he knows a few things about him too, like that he takes too much interest in other people's cases, or mistakenly believes that with such a brilliant mind he can control people like his puppets. Wow. What hatred! He's really interested in him. Rood Denethos knows that. He's only interested in people who are something. But he's not the least bit interested in him. Hennis started apologizing to her friend. The guy said it was okay. Don't let her worry. It looked like he wasn't going to do it. And after interrupting, he apologized and said he'd go. Hennis didn't understand what was wrong with the guy. After all, he is the president of the student council. Rood Denethos said, you shouldn't mess with that asshole. Balak agreed, because he could be dangerous. Hennis didn't understand what smelled meant. He wasn't an animal. The boy explained that each person had a different odor, and that she and Rood had a smell that he missed. At that moment, Rood Denethos noticed a note that said to watch out for Damien Grace. Rood Denethos didn't realize who the nutcase was. Of course, the guy felt he should be hysterical not about Professor Damien, but about this creep. He'd done so much damage in the past, so many people had died because of his choices. Among them is Professor Damien Grace, the first to die among the faculty. He was Jeremy's first victim. More specifically, Jeremy didn't personally kill the professor. In a previous life, he killed himself by stabbing himself in the neck with a dagger. However, it was Jeremy who pushed him to do it. The reason was that he believed that the professor was a danger to the Empire, and his death caused a chain reaction of all subsequent events. He needs to be neutralized so he can't do anything bad. There's still time before that date, but it's likely Jeremy solely pressuring the professor, so there is no time to relax. He can't believe it. Lion didn't understand why he was late every time. He had a warped concept of time. Rood Denethos said he was already on time. She had told him that etiquette rules say you have to show up 10 minutes in advance. The best he's capable of is wasting his precious time on his day off with her. But he's the one who suggested we meet. What was he supposed to say when she was sitting there all sad? Lion was surprised that there were so many people. The street where the Dead Dragon Guild was located had always been busy, but not this busy. The girl with a smile on her face, asked where they would go now. Rood Denethos didn't know. He should just wear her things, or shouldn't he? What other things? Since he offered, he should show the way. Then, for starters, let him buy himself something. Everyone does that. Then they would go shopping for clothes. But he didn't understand why she grabbed his arm. Let her let go. Yeah. What? Is he shy or something? Why is she so strong? She's gonna break his fingers like that. Rood Denethos and his girlfriend went to some store. Lion fancied herself a dress and said it was nice. She asked how he liked it. Rood Denethos replied that it was not bad, white. She was surprised and asked if that was all he could say. The girl asked if he wanted to try it on. She then tried on the dress and immediately said it looked great on her. Lion asked the guy what he would say if it was beautiful to her. Rood Denethos looked at her. He replied again that well, that dress was white. Lion said he was starting to piss her off, then abruptly corrected herself and said she was taking that dress. Rood asked if she was really done and they would move on. Lion stopped him and said she would buy him clothes. Rood Denethos said he didn't need anything, but at this point she had already picked out the clothes and asked him to try them on once. The girl told him to go into the fitting room. Lion noticed that the main character was a very strange guy. The first time we met, he was wearing. Then, once he'd seen her tears, he'd apologized immediately, and now she noticed something soft about him. It really bothered the girl. Most of his emotions are very straightforward, only sometimes it feels like he's comparing her to someone else. At that moment, she turned her attention. Rood Denethos came out, and the girl immediately said it suited him just fine too. Lion wondered who he was. A man so not hated by him. He looked at him like a star in the sky. Rood Denethos asked why she froze. Let her pay. After all, she had promised. Lion didn't understand what these manners were. It was as if they were only buying for nothing. Rood Denethos was glad that there were free clothes. Lion said lunch was delicious. I can see why this place is popular. At that moment she was thinking about something. She noticed that this kind of clothing suited the guy, too. The main blood asked why she was staring at him. She replied that it was nothing. She had promised a treat. After all, why did he pay? He explained that she had bought him clothes and he had a conscience too. Still, he was strange. Rood Denethos asked what was strange about him. They say he's been a mercenary since he was a kid. So that means he has comrades or friends he's fought alongside. Strawberry said there were some. Only he wasn't a mercenary but a dragon slayer. She said that was right. Life mates were not something like family, protecting each other and keeping each other safe. Does he happen to have one? No. There was no first love among them that he can't forget. Wow, that was an overly unexpected question. Rood Denethos then turned his gaze away. And after that, he started yelling and talking. And she wonders if that's even possible. Mercenaries treating each other like family. She thinks that the little kid would be treated as an equal. These people are just professionals, traitors, a curse, and he's had to endure so much. Lion covers her ears and starts to say that she didn't know that, did she? There's no love or relationship between coworkers. What kind of blatant nonsense is he talking about? But she does see him as he is. What is he even talking about? Let him see for himself. He gets irritated and yells at every question. Rood Denethos asked if he had a perpetually disgruntled sassy look. If he was unlucky, he'd start spewing profanity. And yet he's honest, taught her the techniques of combat, even now staring into the please to figure out where to go next. In a word, he's a 6 with a terrible temper. He means went out for a walk with her, but he wouldn't go on and said he was going back in. But Lion stopped him and said they still had a lot to do for today. Rood Denethos didn't understand why she hit him, and she explained that her mom does that. If friends support each other, they have a strong relationship, so she changed today's plan a bit. Rood Denethos didn't know what she was talking about, but realized it was too far away. But she would want him to experience what a real family was. Rood Denethos didn't understand what she was talking about. The girl explained that they were now traveling to her home, the Dead Dragon Guild. She was introducing him to her family. The Kingdom of Siren is grateful for the use of the Warp Gate. Rood Denethos asked, because she knows it's a violation of the rules. We just have to be careful that no one finds out. It's not like he's in a school uniform. Rood asked if she felt bad about spending 6 million ribbons on the gate. Mom said she could spend as much as she wanted if she wanted to come home. The west of the mainland, Siren, the capital of the rival kingdom, the city where the Dead Dragons Guild was located, wasn't as large as the capital of the empire, but it was also quite lively. In his memory, Siren was a dead settlement, extinct a few years present due to an attack by 7 dragons. At that time, the complete downfall of the Dead Dragon Guild occurred. Lion said this is her home. Rood Denethos said it was more like an estate rather than a guild. At this point, the girl greeted Uncle Harold. He wondered how she was here and asked if she was already on vacation. But the girl said not at all, just went off onto how to affairs to introduce a friend to their guild members. The man was surprised that she was already making friends outside the guild. A party has to be thrown. She finally has a friend. What he is like, he tells her, was very embarrassing. Harold said that he had forgotten himself with Joe. Let him go inside, and the girl asked why the beau was smiling. So she was an outcast, it seemed to him, from the beginning. And let him make her laugh, he's hardly any different. What's she talking about? But Rood Denethos began to remember being told he was an idiot, why he was eating lunch alone. He didn't have any other friends. He had nothing to talk about and they called him a jerk. Rood Denethos reflected on the fact that perhaps he was an outcast. At that moment someone was asking her, or had she really arrived? Then he started asking if some cute friend had put her away, what his name was. Maybe she had paid him off, that's why he's keeping quiet. Let him be honest, or if she had threatened him. Lion told them all to get out of here. He then asked his sister to tell them that they weren't overreacting. It was just that they were happy for her. Kira is the first time seeing the members of the Dead Dragon Guild. He didn't think that there was such a warm relationship between them like a family. Perhaps the change in her character in the complete opposite direction after the destruction of Siren was a natural result. Mistress and her friend let them go to the drawing room. The head of the Guide is waiting for them. Someone with whom she is well acquainted has arrived. Lion knocked on the door. Then she spotted her mom. Adelia Creer, leader of the Dead Dragon Guild. She had gotten prettier in the time they hadn't seen each other. She asked if she had something wrong since she arrived in the middle of the school year. If she had beaten someone up again and needed to transfer to another school. But the girl said no, she just wanted to introduce her to her friend. In that instant, the woman was very much surprised. Lion didn't understand what was wrong with them all. It was rather surprising that a daughter with such a bad temper and sociability at ground zero made friends. The woman was smiling at this moment. She asked why the two of them didn't say hello at the sight of adults. It was White Flame Empress Liana Chernikut, the leader of the Sacred Fire Guild. Lion said it was an old lady who was always coming to their house because she had nothing to do. Rood Denethos asked if she had greeted her and introduced himself. The woman realized that he was the same young man who had shown his displeasure during the jousting, and asked how Miss Hafla was doing. Gory said no, he didn't like the handler this time, so she is very upset. Liona asked if it was true that it wasn't such a big deal. The academy would soon have a better teacher. He said his name was Rood and she thanked him. He was very embarrassed. Her daughter was special. She has an extremely developed sixth sense, so she takes other people's emotions too personally. She can analyze others in the blink of an eye, but she doesn't know how to express her emotions, so she still had no friends among her peers. Pasha, though he's strong. Last time she broke her classmate's wrist. Lion said it was him. The woman was quite surprised, but he was the first to start, so that's why it happened. Now all the guests had grown, plus she had a punishment. In that instant, the woman became enraged. Did her mother teach her to fight so she could torture people? Rood Denethos said she didn't torture him. He said it too without thinking, so they're both at fault. It's still no reason to hit people and injure them. She sees that they have already made up. Has Lion apologized? Rood Denethos remarked, speaking as if he were the only one. Lion immediately apologized and Rood Denethos said it's okay, it's fine. So many times I'd asked to be careful with regular students. Natasha doesn't know. Liona didn't think he was an ordinary student. She'd seen him fight, spreading Stero's son like a toad. Moreover, it is said that Abel himself offered to go to his guild. Isn't it true? Steros and the still dim moon. Lion confirmed all these words and said that the guy was very much still teaching her in fighting. Rood said that he refused to join their guild. That got the woman interested. That's what it means. If he is so strong, then as the guild leader and Lion's mother, she can't pass by. That he could show her once how he fights. Lion was quite surprised. Rood Denethos had heard that the dead dragon head was very belligerent. It turned out to be true. This is his chance to make peace with someone of a higher rank. Rood Denethos said he certainly had no reason to refuse. Some girl asked what was going on here. The man told her not even to ask, for the head was going to fight a friend whom the young mistress had brought home for the first time. That freshman fought a third-rank dragon slayer. That's the ability he has. I wonder how many seconds he'll last. She hopes their leader doesn't do anything stupid. In that instant, someone told him that those clothes look good on him. The girl quite understands the purpose of his mother giving him the Dead Dragon Guild uniform, but don't let her worrying about it. She apologized for making him suffer because of her. But Rood Denethos asked the opposite. He was grateful. When else would he get the chance to fight a dragon slayer of this caliber? Lion said she had a pretty good attitude. Just let her watch. She wouldn't die. Well, she wishes him luck. May his mom be more careful with him. The woman looked up at him with a smile. Zame asked. Not all the gawkers have already climbed higher. They are starting the fight. Weapon is a wooden sword. Control magic only inside the body. Avoid vital organs. If he hits her, the victory is his. If she wins, fulfills one wish of his. Are the rules clear or what? Rood Denethos said the rules are quite clear to him. What? Is he ready now? He gamely grabbed his weapon. He said she could start whenever she wanted. Then the woman began to move. Rood Denethos has to be straining his leg at this moment in time. After that, she attacked, and Rood Denethos repelled her attack. Then the woman bounced back a little. Rood repelled her attack again. After that, the woman took to the air. She attacked Rood again, and he repelled her attack. The guy didn't realize if he was really seeing it. They were very much surprised. This kid reflects her blows. It was very surprising. She couldn't even believe that a 17-year-old boy possessed such a perfect sword technique. It was even a pity that he had average physiology. However, at that instant, Rood made a sound of being in pain. The woman was sure that was the guy's limit. At the time, adults did not lend themselves to children. The woman asked if he was tired already. It made Rood furious. After that, he began to use his seal. Then he began to advance. The woman was very much surprised and clearly didn't expect it. She didn't realize until the last moment. Rood then attacked her. After that, one of the swords broke into pieces. Judging from his technique, he had already mastered Blue Sky. I didn't think that loser Daniel already had an apprentice, Rood said. Meaning loser. It's actually his teacher. He is also displeased. Then stop reasoning. Let him take a rematch to stand for the honor of the teacher. Lion knew the guy was strong, but it's beyond his imagination. Wow, his mom liked the belt with him that much. But she's in a mood. Whether it's jealousy or feelings of inferiority. She doesn't know what others think, but her feelings. Rood said a rematch is certainly a good idea, but he won this battle. The woman didn't know what he was talking about. Rood said she had just applied out-of-body mana, hadn't she? In that instant, the woman actually remembered when she did. In that instant, everyone was very much surprised. Liana said she was a fool. Rood said that he didn't think the guild leader would contradict herself. Of course she had promised to grant his wish. Let him say what he wanted, but only what is within her power. You can't ask for a large monetary reward. They are not in the best of times right now, Rood said, who said he didn't need it. She was the one who thought who his extreme fighting style resembled. Also something that could ruin the reputation of the guild and that wasn't accepted. Even if they are not bound by blood ties, a mother always remains a mother and a daughter always remains a daughter. The chapter's technique was reminiscent of the martial beast sphere and lion's technique from a past life. He had never once managed to overpower her sword, but he had almost managed to get to victory once. Rood said he had a simple wish. He flicked a finger upward. He asked to fight again on the same terms. Then they started batting again, so he had a reason to ask for another fight. This time he fights differently. Rood was completely focused. Maybe they'll check it out once. The woman tilted her head at this moment. And then she was attacked by a guy. She didn't realize what was wrong. What crazy speed. She still have a chance to strike back. She marveled that she didn't stand a chance. He almost simultaneously dodges and attacks. She just has superhuman reflexes. There isn't even a fraction of a second to swing her sword. Lion has similar abilities, but where did he come from? Rood used extreme sensation. With mana, he uses all his senses and becomes extremely receptive. His reflexes and thinking are accelerated, which affects his nervous system, but he can be obsessed with beating Lion at least that way. He had been remembering her from a past life all this time. Rood Denethos continued to focus on the fight. He's not easy to deal with. His ability to accurately read moves is very similar to Lion's style. This was the first time he had seen such a strange entanglement technique had made it impossible to predict his next action. Still, he's not so strong that she can't fight back. Rood continued to dodge. In that instant, he once again ducked. Then they started throwing a rapid succession of punches at each other. The guy near Lion said he was the ultimate destroyer, and the girl was asking her mom to go easy on him. Let him show what he can do. He's going to run like this, or what? Rood didn't answer anything. All he does is dodge. Then they moved as close to each other as possible. At that moment, the woman thought about the guy finally getting caught, and Rood was focused. Then he waved his sword. The woman was surprised that he had missed the sword. The essence of the blue sky technique is free and uneven counting. At that moment, something approached her, but the girl easily smashed that sword with her foot. Then Rood jumped upward. This was how he had planned to throw away the sword from the beginning. He needed to increase the distance between them first. At this point, for some reason, I was very surprised. The woman realized the guy wasn't in front of her. She was very much surprised by this. Then she turned around. She didn't realize when Rood had managed to get behind her. Stero's admission with a clamor and a rumble. A momentary hesitation was enough. At that moment, Rood Denethos asked, noticing something. Just after that, the woman reached him with a punch after all. The woman looked at the guy after that. Rood said he was in a lot of pain. Lion turned to the guy in that instant. Then she ran up to him and asked him if he was crazy about dying or something. You had to step back. You could die that way. Rood said he was really going to die. It's not like he's a fool. Why did he have to keep going if he knew right away he was going to lose? Rood said it was all clear to him. Let her stop whining. He felt bad, but she wasn't actually whining and he hadn't lost yet. Lion didn't understand what he was talking about. She looked at her mom, who was looking at her with a smile. Afterward, the woman said she lost. Everyone was very much surprised. Promises must be kept. Let them ask for what they want. She offered the guild treasury for him. But Rood said he didn't need that. Let them promise only one thing. The woman asked what exactly to promise. Rood said let her promise that she would believe him when she needed to, even if he was talking nonsense. She said yes. It was an unusual request, of course, and she wanted to ask the reason why. Rood simply remained silent. In that instant, he said he didn't want anyone to die. The woman looked at him in surprise after that. She said that as the head of the Dead Dragon Guild, she gave her word to fulfill her promise. Is the shift already approaching? Although sad, she is glad to see them. Afterward, she named him her future son-in-law. Of course, Rood Denethos and the girl were very much surprised. After a few years, the dragon family, that had been sleeping all this time, would start attacking. The Heaven Dragon would be the first to start, followed by the Dragon of Light. The third will be the Dragon of Illusion Lauzia. As the name implies, she used illusion magic. Her attack resulted in the fall of Siren, as well as the death of everyone in the Dead Dragon Guild. Afterward, he managed to get revenge on Lauzia and capture her, but his comrades died along with her. It won't be long before war breaks out, but he won't let all those people he met today die. Since he had met a member of the Dead Dragon Guild, he would be able to warn them in advance about the time of the dragon and illusion attacks. Then her future. At that instant he turned to her. The girl asked what it was to him. Rood Denethos asked what she was reacting so seriously to some joke. She began to remember how everyone joked about how the guy was their future son-in-law. When there would be a wedding, they'd fit together. Rood Denethos told her to just ignore what they said, but don't think about it. It just feels like her mom really liked him a lot. Rood Denethos said he didn't get today for nothing. The girl then asked if he was feeling okay. Rood Denethos said no, it hurts a lot. She told him to take his medicine and asked why he was so stubborn. The girl said, as soon as it didn't come out that she wasn't already with him. Rood Denethos said that by the way, they never got to walk around the capital. Wasn't she upset? What was the big deal? Would he go there with her next time, or what? But she asked if she would go or not. Let him wait for her. The main thing, in short, he said they would see. Why is she following him? The women's dormitory is the other way, and she's walking him. Rood Denethos was greatly surprised. There's been a strange rumor going around the academy lately. Rood Denethos asked what the rumors were. They say naked perverts show up at the dormitory entrance every night to practice with. Rood Denethos immediately thought of Balak. What else did they say? There's a homeless guy with blonde hair hanging out in a flower meadow in the park. Rood Denethos was interested in this. And then he told her to elaborate. The guy walked into the office. Inside sat a spirit summoning professor named Lillian Stout. She saw the guy and told him to come on in. Rood Denethos thanked her for agreeing to talk. "You're welcome," Professor Daniel said. He had something he wanted to ask. Rood Denethos said he would like to know about her student, Lenya Selkut. It seemed to him that she was starting to cause a little trouble lately. The professor asked what small meant. Rood Denethos didn't understand what was beginning to happen to her, but he began to say that they could by no means be called small. She skips all the time. As soon as she wakes up, she runs straight outside, swimming in the fountain and barbecuing on the roof. These are far from small problems. She has done all she can. Chertano has asked her to at least attend class, but she won't listen to her. Rood Denethos said the professor had calmed down for starters. 5 minutes later, she did calm down. Afterwards, the professor apologized and said she just had a bit of a temper. Rood Denethos understood the stress she was under. Lenya is an outstanding student. Contract and discipline are very important to most of Thiel's draft picks. But despite her promiscuity, she is very close with the spirits. You can tell right away that Lenya would make a consummate dungeon summoner, but the problem is that she loves freedom too much. On a written exam, she made an airplane out of an exam sheet and launched it in class. You could say Hungry jumped out the window. She had recently trashed the training room, saying she wanted to test spirit magic. She hadn't slept for days trying to keep it quiet. Main Blue, but something much more serious than him. How did he manage to befriend this deviant in a past life? He thought back to his words that it was true. It was 5 times harder than all the training combined to get Lenya to graduate from the academy. Rood Denethos asked if he was exaggerating too much. That's a bit strong to say, of course. At that moment, Lenya was not an easy person to deal with. The academy allows to second years. If this keeps up, she'd just be expelled. But he doesn't want her missing out. He didn't just ask about her. He has a reason. The head king said it was nothing like that, just a little concerned that such a talented student was acting like that. Here's the professor. 2. The expulsion of such a talent from the academy must be prevented, if only for the sake of the future of the country and the victory over the dragons. Rood was a little surprised. Except the girl doesn't listen to adults, but she doesn't mind encouraging words. She listens to the younger students who respect her. At this rate, she won't be able to graduate from the academy. He's not asking her to, is he? But he doesn't actually know what to say or how to say it, even though she asked him to. Rood Denethos was surprised that it had already been decided. In that instant, a butterfly flew next to the girl. She lay back and said how nice the weather was. So she sleeps right there. The guy is surprised she's not dead. Rood Denethos was watching her at this moment. The girl was really just sleeping. But she's certainly pretty. The prettiest tramp he's ever seen doesn't even look human. It was all true. In fact, Lenya was half spirit, half human, but still. Rood Denethos said that in the human world you have to act like a human, and approached her. After that, he started banging and telling her to get up, but she didn't react in any way, just rolled over onto her other side. After that, he pushed her so hard that she rolled downward. Lenya woke up and was very much surprised. Rood asked what she was doing up so early. She looked at the flowers, and then she fell asleep. And who was he? Rood Denethos introduced himself by name and said he was from first year. Professor Lillian had sent him. So he's younger than her. What happened? Rood Denethos said he respects her very much. Lenya asked if that meant she looked cool and he didn't want to be friends with her or what. The team only joins out of something. Everyone is looking for friends. Rood Denethos said he would think more about that and school life lately. At this point, she just started running away, and the main character said that he hadn't even finished his sentence yet. First he asked to hear him out. After that, he sat the girl down. The girl sat down and asked, by the way, what the fuck she heard was. Rood said it was such an exclamation. He had heard that Lenya, whom he respects, was skipping classes and acting very strange. If she stayed a second year, he would be very upset. The girl was greatly surprised that she was acting strangely. She just trashed the practice field. Why is she surprised? The girl began to remember. Then she remembered and said it was okay, because no one was hurt, but the problem is that no one was hurt. Okay, it happens, but why is she skipping classes? How does she plan on graduating from the academy? But why does she have to finish it? Rood Denethos was surprised. It's warm and full of beautiful colors here. While her homeland has too much snow. She likes walking in the park more than sitting in class. She'd like to live here all her life. Rood Denethos had told her that this was Oratium itself, an academy for training dragon slayers. That wasn't why she'd come here, because people were dying all over the world because of those very same dragons. She asked if that was true, but after all, humans kill dragons too. Dragons kill people, dragon hunters kill dragons. It turns out it's the same thing. Nature is actually like that. A peaceful and quiet life is more important to her. What do you mean same thing? Humans and dragons. To her it is. What's the difference between the two in the first place? She seems to have lived in the snowy mountains for too long, so she doesn't know that it's only safe here in the Althea Empire right now. As it is guarded by the major guilds, all the neighboring kingdoms lie in ruins. The inhabitants have been brutally slaughtered, and states are falling apart one by one. Dragon slayers protect some settlements, but where they can't help, those damn dragons just wipe entire villages and towns off the map. Had she ever seen her brothers, sisters, parents and friends torn apart, or had she? The girl couldn't tell if he was angry. But why not? Rood Denethos said it was crap. Yeah. He'd rather talk to the wall. He realizes she doesn't know anything, so he thinks she wants to. But he didn't know she was that goofy. She came here because she was curious to see the academy where her mother had studied. He has no doubt about it. So let him live here in peace until he dies, annoying those who gave their lives to get here. After that, Rood just started walking away. At this point she turned to her dad, and as it turned out, it was some kind of flying crystal. Lenya said she hadn't meant to do that, but she seemed to have pissed him off. What to do? She wanted to be friends. The so-called father was silent for a moment. Don't let her worrying. Friends usually show up during fights. Of course it was true. Had he ever deceived her? All right, we'll have to face it tomorrow. She did well. He had yet to talk to this fellow. It was Feldruo, the king of spirits. Rood kept walking away. Then he sighed heavily. He's always doing everything wrong. Someone has finally screwed it up because of his horrible temper. I mean, it's understandable, but his life was a wreck, so he wasn't affected by the dragon in any way. So not a man. It's easy to agree with human emotions. And he took his anger out on her. Here was a brother who was kind, so he would do well. And now what should he do? What she didn't hear, she was told to leave. Henna said the main one was so timely. She was furious and asked Lion how she even dared to come here. The girl just stared at her. The first time they meet, she breaks her arms. She was a sick psychopath. The first time I met my friend, here's the psycho. The mind, it's clear why it comes alive in front of the dormitory. Clearly wanting revenge for being punished. Lion tried to explain that not at all. They had misunderstood each other that day and had already made up. She just wanted to visit. She brought tomorrow at the same time. Hennis didn't understand what wanted to visit meant. Rood Denethos said it was no big deal. He just went to her house yesterday. That's how it would have worked out. So he would have been in a fight and hurt himself a little. So they both broke the rules. Left 3 days in advance. The gunmen went to her house. And he got whacked there, or what? Hennis turned around and decided that she would go and tell the professor everything. Rood Denethos said the guy was holding her. Dalek instantly grabbed it, just as the guy had asked. Lion understands her concern and anger as a friend. She really would apologize if things were fair, albeit a little messy, and not every weekend agreed to train. Hennis looked at her and said nothing. Then said the guy let her go. After that, she landed and started breathing very hard. Then, with a smile on her face, she sat down, or indeed it was good that they had made up. Then she suggested that they should be friends. Lion was greatly surprised at such a suggestion. She said they would wrestle. We'll see. Then Dalek and her would have to break bones too. Lion was wary at this moment. Dalek told her to stop already. The girl, of course, was not happy and said she would go. Rood Denethos asked why bring it to this point. Hennis said, let him right after her and be friends only with her. Why does he go with them then? He didn't understand why she was angry. Dalek said he had to go to class. He had volunteer work for breaking school rules, though he didn't fully understand which ones. Rood was left all alone. This will not end their lesson. Let one remember to stand up and report until the next class. The students began to pack their things. Rood began to pack as well. At that moment, someone bumped into him. Rood noticed Lenny in front of him. They'd had a fight, right? And he didn't know what to say. The girl asked if by any chance Rood was hungry. After that, The girl started cooking the meat. Rood was already sitting there waiting for that meat. The girl was actually standing by herself and making him a meal. She then asked if he liked it medium rare or full rare. Rood said medium and asked her to wait. He could certainly try to figure out why she suddenly suggested eating out. This spontaneous barbecue to do on the roof. If you roast in the cabinet, there will be too much smoke. Better let her eat it until it cools. Her meat is perfectly cooked. Rood began to try. She then apologized to him for yesterday. He's human, probably hurt by a dragon, so he wants to be a killer. And it seems he wanted to help her, and she responded to carelessly. Perhaps he was angered by her answer, since he is only half human. Rood said that wasn't true. After all, he'd already said he had a lot of respect for her. This is his chance. The situation is developing in his favor. You have to forge while it's hot. He is worried that such an excellent student with outstanding skills won't be able to finish the academy properly. Honestly, she sees perfect in every way. It's worth it to just be patient for a few years, to not behave so freely. Then anyone among his peers will want to be friends with her. The girl asked if it was true that there was a student who needed a little change in her thinking. The protagonist thought she was so vulnerable to praise. It seems like things could be resolved much easier than he thought. Lenya reached out and asked him if there was peace between them, and now they were friends. Rood Denethos said that of course he thanked her for taking the first step toward her. Henceforth, she will not skip classes and will try harder in her exams, for Rood himself respects her. Lenya said she was really cool and would support her in everything and she wouldn't forget her decision. Then the girl said there was something else. Her father wants to talk to him. He won't mind, will he? Rood was a little surprised. Let him not worry. His daddy isn't that scary. He's ordinary. Just at that moment, the protagonist saw his reflection in the crystal, and the girl finished talking about her father being the king of spirits. Father was just silent at this point. He then told his daughter that he would like to speak to her friend alone. Could she leave them alone? Lenya didn't argue with him and said she would take a walk in the park. Then she started to walk away. Rood summoned the greatest ice spirit King Feldur, then introduced himself by name. After that, my father decided to get straight to the point. The king asked him, is he from another life too? The king confidently asked him if he had returned from another life. Rood didn't understand how he knew that. He knew he had been in this world before, and the scent came from a familiar place. It is an entirely different dimension from this world than from the world of the spirit. However, in the very heartbeat of that dimension there is a passage that connects the spirits with the summoned bodies. Consequently, the spirits whose affairs are enclosed in that passageway are influenced by the present world, hence the déjà vu effect. He was also in this passage, so he could not escape the influence of the magic covering this world. He felt some kind of fluctuation in time, though he had no memory of what had happened before he returned. He was curious. It seemed they had known each other in a past life, and he had been a warrior. Rood said there was another warrior who followed him on his heels. He said that since that was the case, he will tell him about the world he has forgotten. It made sense to him now. It meant that this warrior named Asir had disappeared along with the heavenly dragon. The king told the protagonist that perhaps this warrior was alive. Rood Denethos asked if this was true and what the basis for it was. And as far as he knows, the celestial dragon has a very cautious nature. He wouldn't die with his enemy, he probably hid to regain his strength. His brother was simply swept away with him. Warriors don't die so easily, he must have been in one of the dimensions. Rood Denethos said that probably would be the case at least. If he wants to find his brother, perhaps he should go to the floating island where the dragon's lair is. It's still early. First he needs to prepare for the calamities that will arise in the future. Getting to the floating island is not easy, you have to get stronger. By the way, he's curious about something. If he realizes he's returned to this world, maybe he also knows about the dragon that caused it. The king asks if Leon is talking about the dragon that has the magic of return. Naturally, he knows about him. Except that ... He can't tell him. The long-standing oath he pledged his life for doesn't allow him to tell anyone. If even the Spirit King himself has sworn on his life, who is he? He said he understood perfectly well what the oath meant to the spirits, but it couldn't be helped. The king also has a question for him. What were the last moments of his daughter Lenya's life in that world? Rood Denethos said the ice dragon Nephrin. They never found ways to avoid that moment. When the most critical moment came, she made the decision to seal herself into a huge cradle. And with him she was the last to smile. So he's saying she was smiling. If so, then it was the best decision. she could have made in that situation. Whatever the reason for his return to the past, he has a chance to change his daughter's future. He thought about it himself, knowing that he might seem as weak as he was, but would try to do his best. Okay, he won't just wait around either and try to change his daughter's future. The king said he had faith in him. Rood Denethos practically had time to ask what he was going to do. Let him stand still. He's not going to hurt him. At that moment, consciousness came to the protagonist. His heart was being torn apart by Feldur's particles. It felt rather unpleasant, but let him dare it. He could use his fortitude. He needed to do his part to save his daughter. The king said he put a very small piece of himself into it. Don't let it make him laugh. In his previous life, his level of intimacy with spirits was at 0. It's even an unofficial contract, and he thinks he'll accept a fragment of his soul or something so easily. At that moment the king turned to him. He asked the guy not to disappoint him, and just at that moment, Rood Denethos was able to breathe normally. He told the king he almost died, and called him crazy, but it's not like he was dead. Everything was fine. Henceforth, he would be able to resonate with its power and thoughts. In other words, he could easily use it when needed. That's the second question. What will he tell his daughter? Did he make a contract with her friend who came back from the future, or what? At that moment, Lenya appeared and asked who had returned from where. She thought she didn't hear the conversation and returned. In that instant, she sniffed. She said that Rood smelled like her father, and she hadn't smelled like that before. Her father tried his best to explain everything to her. Rood Denethos said that they appeared to understand each other perfectly, so they decided to be friends. The king clearly did not expect this turn of events. He did not know what to think of. Lenya noticed that the guy was actually much older than them. The age difference was several hundred years. This is revenge for freely entering his heart. Rood Denethos asked the king if it was true. Rood Denethos suggested she go back. From now on, he asked her not to skip classes. Let him have no hesitation. It's been a few weeks since the Feldur fragment was in it. The king had told him to hurry. He had not forgotten that you had arranged to meet his daughter in the library. Rood Denethos said he was on his way out, and they actually decided to study all together. At that moment he was informed that he had received a letter. With that he said they were finally done. The information about the brother that was pulled from the Dull Moon Guild. Adele Huate, the guild leader he saw in the dining hall. As promised, once the investigation was complete, he sent him a report of the findings. Several dozen pages thick, there were many pages, but the conclusion was the same. No trace of a man named Asir Denethos could be found. If this is the conclusion reached by the Best Information Guild Tula, then Prada originally simply did not exist in this world. The situation allows us to make such assumptions. The king said that there was a possibility that his brother was trapped together with the celestial dragon in another dimension. What will he do now? Rood Denethos asked if he was saying there are two ways out. The first one was to try to find the traces of rights in the heavenly spirit treasury with the blue sky technique, but the problem was that he would only be able to do so after reaching the same level as Asir. The second option is to find the footprints of the sky dragon on his flying island, but it's not easy because you'll have to fight everyone guarding it. Whatever he chooses to do there, it's not an easy option to fulfill at this point. That was right. Even if he managed to find their traces and calculate the coordinates, he wouldn't be able to find a way to get to that dimension, and it would all be pointless. Maybe he should look for a mage who researched other dimensions. The king said he didn't remember meeting people capable of such a thing. The chief king said he himself knew. Just a rumor thought. Then Rood Denethos went somewhere. Lenya met him. She knew he was standing outside the door by his scent. She had come to study as promised. It was worthy in a car, wasn't it? Someone said there was a library here and asked if they could keep it down. It was Hennis, who was angry, and asked why he came later. They had agreed. Actually, he was the one who was supposed to be studying with her. Why was she the one sitting here with two idiots? Rood Denethos said he had something to think about, and the girl said she wasn't an idiot. Hennis said she also stayed on for a second year. The girl asked, "What's that got to do with it?" Then there was a silence between them. At that instant someone asked him, or he heard. And Rood Denethos asked if he realized that it was the spirit of Professor Daniel. He told him to come into his office for a moment. Rood Denethos told him he'd stop by. He told his friend to get up. He got up and told him good morning. And Rood Denethos asked what the hell morning was. He needed to get out. He let him make sure they didn't pull each other's hair. But he doesn't think they'll fight. After all, They met less than a week ago, but she can't tell him that in past lives they used to pull each other's hair as soon as they saw each other. Anyway, if that happens, have him smash them. Denethos notices Rood Denethos leaving and tells him that he just got here and he's on his way out, or what. Rood Denethos explained that he had been summoned by the professor and would be here shortly. Lenya said goodbye one last time and told him see you later. Denethos at this time was saying that she was getting really pissed off and the girl was asking why she was always angry. Denethos asked when she was the one who merged. Until Rood Denethos came, she looked at her with dislike. With her just now angry too, looking red-eyed at everyone. She sarcastically apologized for inheriting such nasty eyes, but she's a little annoyed that they've agreed to study together. She's constantly asking when Rood Denethos is coming and scribbling in her notebook. The fact that she is annoyed by such trivialities shows her limited and evil character. Is it not so? Who would want to be friends with you? She's not the one to tell that to a second-year student who likes to sleep outside. Still, she's more well-mannered than she is. Rood Denethos and the other guys at least know she talks so rudely. That's usually when friends play around, when they know each other intimately. She herself wasn't tired of doing that innocent face and pretending all the time. It seems like that's how she dislikes her or something. Denethos asked, wondering why on earth she was hatching this at her. Balak was between them and didn't know what to do. He didn't see how he could stop them. At this moment, Rood Denethos was outside the professor's office. He walked in and asked Professor Daniel what was wrong, why he had summoned him so urgently with the spirit. He was told that this was his teacher, the Heavenly Sword Master, Ain Bryce. He would become a great teacher for him. He said it was nice to meet you and called the guy a baby. Rood Denethos introduced himself and said it was a pleasure to meet him, and called him a great teacher. The Spirit King said, Heavenly Sword Master. He heard his name and saw for the first time how young he was. Although he looks like this, he's over 100 years old. Thanks to a certain level of mana mastery, his physical aging process has stopped. If one were to focus on the video techniques of the blue one, aging stops at around level 6, so his level is above level 6. It's just a crazy ability, but most importantly, he's the one who defeated the Heavenly Dragon. The man said he had a knack for picking students, and he wasn't bad. He hated to hear him say such things, except that he had no manners. Couldn't he at least buy a cake on the way? After all, he was on his way to meet a great teacher. The professor told me that he would go get the cake. At the same time, buy 5 cream balls from the academy shop. 2 will be too few. The professor agreed with him. The man told Rood that he would be back quickly. He would let him stay here. The boy said the professor was worried. Afterward, Rood Denethos and the man were left alone. The teacher began to speak. He asked what the guy thought he came here for. Rood Denethos asked about taking in the sights. Not only does he have no manners, he's also unreliable. He's often told that what he says now, he must keep to his teacher's secret. The man in charge was very much surprised. The man asked, he knows Damien Grace, who works here as a professor, doesn't he? The man said that he was related to the Heavenly Dragon. Among the professors of the academy is Damien Grace. In his body, the heart of a celestial dragon is pounding. It was unknown how a person could live with a dragon in their heart. Either it was a successful transplant or some kind of magic. However, if the heart of the celestial dragon invades the professor's soul when it completely possesses him, a second cataclysm will occur. That's why, in a past life, Jeremy tried to instigate the professor's suicide before the dreaded thing happened. At first, many thought this decision was the right one. However, after the professor's death, Jeremy secretly ate into the heart of the celestial dragon, though he clearly understood the dangerous consequences of his actions. This led to negative consequences, and after a while, the Dragon of Light Harem filled the academy. He was just a young kid back then, so he couldn't help. Professor Daniel, Heavenly Sword, and hundreds more dragon slayers died trying to protect ordinary citizens. But how does Ain Bryce know about the professor? He came here to keep an eye on him. Rood Denethos asked if the teacher knew that too. He gets attached to people too quickly, so he didn't tell him in advance, anticipating his reaction. Rood Denethos didn't realize at the time why he had told him about it. The man was ready to explain the whole situation to him, because he had heard that he was from the village of Disciplinary. He was almost the only survivor of the celestial debacle. He felt he had every right to know about it and every right to hate it. And he said it would have made sense. He'd been told that his mentors were all professors. That meant he saw Damien often, and how he was. Rood Denethos has been trying out for him lately. He started giving him different training tips. They even talked to him about different topics. Rood said he was a bit unsociable, but still not a bad person. No one knows what kind of character lurks beneath the mask. If he notices anything strange, let him report it at once. Rood Denethos agreed and asked what could be odd. If he sees violent aggression in behavior or changes in personality, have him report it. But don't let him do anything himself, he'll handle it personally. In this world, very few people know about the professor's secret. If he is so hostile, there is only one person who could tell the Heavenly Sword Master about it. Rood Denethos asked if the teacher could ask something. Has he been contacted by Jeremy Deville by any chance? Asked what's the big deal, something bothering him, or what? He said he has rather rebellious ideas. For the sake of his plan and ideas he is ready for any craving. Such a feeling that he is sure to arrange something. Is this true, and is there some other way? At that instant, the man abruptly put down the spoon. He said that he thought the most sensible solution was to kill the professor and destroy the heart of the heavenly dragon. Rood Denethos said that is a reasonable decision. However, this is not the right way to do it. The man asked if there were alternatives. Rood Denethos said we need to find her while there's still time. At that moment the professor came and asked the teacher if he had been waiting for him. He bought everything he asked for. The man then said he was go and could go. After that, he took what he bought. After that, he told the hero clan, let him try to do his best. Try to do what you can. Despite such words, he's not the kind of man to be kind. Waiting should be more like finding some other way. Rood Denethos returned to the library and couldn't figure out what was wrong, where everyone had gone. At that instant he saw some note on the table. It was a note from a guy. He said he'd done everything he could to keep them from pulling each other's hair, but they were still kicked out of the library for being too loud. A bloody battle between two girls was looming on the roof. Rood had a headache, and that added to his anxiety. Lenya walked up behind him and asked him what was wrong with his head. Rood Denethos told her not to bother. He's busy studying for his exams. Now he pretends like he doesn't know his friends don't like her. He said no, they didn't love her to begin with. He asked if she was still mad at Hennis. No. Though she would do things she could be mad at her for. By the way, what's he reading? Rood Denethos read the report on the Great Rift, the data on the 7 dragons. 700 years ago, the first dragon slayer called Warrior sealed the 7 dragon kings. Among them was a heavenly dragon that had appeared in the southern mainland 10 years ago. In a matter of days, it sizzled the entire southern lands and took the lives of many slain dragons. Among the few survivors were Heavenly Sword Master Ain Bryce, Gerard de Gramo, Daniel Gould, and others. The girl asked if he was up to something strange. All these materials are related to the Heavenly Smash. Rood Denethos asked what exactly it was. For example, he plans to flee the academy. Unable to overcome the desire for revenge, go to the southern lands where entry is forbidden. But it's not like he's crazy to head south and provide dragons with easy prey. That reassures her. If he doesn't hate dragons, then he's not afraid of them. She's just concerned. He did say he'd kill them all, didn't he? Rood Denethos said it was no joke. Lenya didn't understand what it was about. She asked him again. He will start by saving up his strength, and then he will destroy all 7 dragons one by one. Next thing you know, you're gonna have to kill the rest of the damn lizards. He will regain what he lost, and wipe out all dragons from the face of the earth. He's going to settle 3 for 7 others, or what? That their existence is still just a legend. Lion asked the hero if this name existed. After all, it was invented by humans, as these dragons were similar to the celestial dragon. The chief king said he doesn't exist. 10 years ago, he had already seen a heavenly dragon. It was a real disaster. The girl immediately knew what he was talking about and started apologizing. He's already experienced it, and he doesn't want to repeat, so he's going to root out the cause. The girl asked if he wasn't scared. Rood Denethos then asked if she was scared. She can't say dragons scare her. She is afraid of her loved ones, guild members, family and friends getting hurt. Wow. Lion Claire and he's afraid of something. Rood said there's nothing to be so afraid of. He'll go for it and she stay here. At that instant he began to walk away. Then the girl stood up and started telling him to wait. She said she would help him. It will help him in accomplishing his goal. It can help with raid strategy and convening a new guild. She offered to do it together. That is to say, she is speaking sincerely, but what about the Dead Dragon Guild? But it's nothing like that. she's sure her mom will respect her choice. Even though she's not as strong as he is, she can do a lot of things too, and he could use her help. Rood Denethos knows himself. There are probably a lot of kids who want to get it. He just wonders why she does it. Why does she want to go down such a difficult path? The girl said it was just the way she wanted it. Hero Waves didn't understand where that view came from. You'd think it would be like she liked him. Rood Denethos said, it's all a joke and you shouldn't react that way. He tried to explain to her that he was just kidding. I think she's crazy. The girl at that moment was running somewhere very fast. Then she stopped. She did not realize what she had run away with. What would he think now? It was clear that he was joking. It could not be. Then, that she liked Rood Denethos. What? How did she like him? At that moment someone approached her. She began to explain that she was just confused. She was asked what it was about. The professor asked her where she was walking. There was still one last class left. They'll see what she's accomplished in a month and a half of beatings. At this point, she was practicing. In the beginning, her goal was to build her character, but she learns things quickly. That's the beauty of it. She doesn't know who taught her this stepping technique, but she found a pretty good style. The girl at that moment bounced away. The professor continued to attack her. The girl managed to outrun the woman. The professor was surprised that she had now also learned counterattacks. The girl actually managed to hit the professor. At that moment, something happened. The professor noticed the girl's distraction and began to take advantage of it. From such a blow she was able to dodge. But it was definitely something she couldn't avoid. And so it was. The girl was unable to dodge that blow. And then she simply fell to the floor. The professor thought she was just getting hit. And she turns out to have learned a lot in the meantime. She just sang. And he learned from another person. She said Rood has been practicing with her. Yes, he's very good at explaining and teaching techniques that are really useful in combat. Let him see how she talks about him when they haven't had time to be friends. Lion didn't know how she should respond to that. Anyway, they were done. She had to go. Rood Denethos sat alone late into the night. At this point, he sighed heavily. The king then asked him if he was already going on dates. Rood didn't realize what this nonsense was. People get emotional at this age. The younger a person is, the more sympathy they developed, so you shouldn't. But Rood Denethos asked if he himself knew that. Whatever the reason, having an interest in someone with such abilities is a very good thing, isn't it? He knows roughly what Lion Claire is thinking now, and then, before your return, they are two different people. And Rood Denethos knows that, too. There was a silence between them afterward. There was a written exam today, and a guy asked a friend if he had studied. If he had, would he even be here now? Rood Denethos sat and repeated the material. After that day, Lion had openly avoided him, and he wasn't particularly pleased about it. The Spirit King said she was just embarrassed to look at him. After his stupid words, Rood Denethos said he'd already shut up. He had been tormented all his life by threats to his conscience because of her. She no longer looks down on him as she did in her previous life, and her clothes are no longer stained with dragon blood. She stands before him again, embroidering. If only he could defeat the dragon and not be tormented by a guilty conscience, someone would ask him why he was procrastinating until the last moment. At this point Lion appeared and told him not to answer. There was nothing special here. She wished him good luck on the exam and handed him something. Wishing her good luck, she began to walk away quickly. Rood Denethos said he didn't need anything and squeezed what the girl gave him. Hennis said it took her 5 minutes and him 10. She was faster in 5 minutes, so she won. She asked briefly, is it okay to solve a test in 5 minutes that is designed to take an hour? Deem is still a long way off. Balak said he solved it all in 1 minute. Let him stop talking nonsense. He wrote a note to the professor not to punish him and went out. Nothing will help him anymore. He won't be able to teach this psycho anything. Lenya said that he actually had friends, and she really enjoys studying with the main character. Hennis asked if that's what she called studying. Is she now seeing the limits of her intellectual abilities, so she thinks she's the only one who can see the level of her intellectual ability, or what? Hennis was a little underwhelmed by this conversation. Balak told the guy he thought he had indigestion. Rood Denethos said let him chew properly. Feldrua said girls get closer when they fight. They'll fight for 10 years and they won't be friends. The guy was asked if he had prepared for the practical exam. Rood Denethos asked what to prepare there. The practice field will be randomly selected anyway, so he doesn't know anything. And if he comes across a desert, then he has to prepare water. There's something in that, and how to bring her along in the first place. The guy said he'd fill his stomach and go to the exam. Rood Denethos didn't realize what a mess this was and isn't. The day of the practical exam, everyone listened attentively and watched the man who spoke to make sure everyone pay attention. He would briefly tell them about the practical exam. It is held in the Althea Empire News Game in the Special Academy Stadium. This stadium represents different mainland territories. The variety of monsters will depend on the climate and conditions of each zone. He hopes they don't think the exam will only consist of monsters. With the help of Warpgate, they must reach their destination, evade monster attacks, find the dragon's tracks and kill it. This is the goal of this exam. They remembered exactly how dangerous dragons were. They couldn't even leave a scratch on him with ordinary cuts. He's more intelligent than a normal monster, he can resist magic, and some varieties can use it themselves, so he'd better keep his wits about him. At the same time, it may provide a chance to take additional tests if they perform well in the practical exam. These tests take the form of a tournament, where they will not only be allowed to bring their own weapons, but also to choose one from the Academy's treasury. Surely those who want to become real dragon slayers have something to risk. And now their practical exams begin. Rood remembered that in a past life he had lost a lion in the final of the supplementary exam. Does he really want to get rid of his guilt so badly by defeating someone who doesn't even remember a past life? Rood said it wasn't revenge, and just an attempt to reassure himself. The king senses the presence of monsters here. The academy gathered people from all over the country. It was not intimidated by some common monsters, and if it gets too dangerous, one of the professors will immediately intervene. They are seen to be watching. As long as there's nothing obviously foreign, especially before his goal of one monster, it's safe to look for it. Just at this moment, Rood asked Feldruid to check for signs of the dragon, but he doesn't want to check for himself. Right after those words, a monster appeared. Then he felt some kind of pain. As it turned out, the protagonist managed to wound him in the leg. He said it couldn't be helped. After that, he grabbed his sword. Then he took on the monster. You have to make it come to him. After that, he gathered himself right on top of it. He then began throwing a series of punches. Of course, the monster felt unbearable pain. The protagonist killed it. He won't be able to pass by that smell of blood. He'll probably be here soon. The birds rose upward at this point. Rood said he found a lizard. From the sound of footsteps, he's pretty big. But something else seems to be coming. At this moment, a monster appeared in front of them. Rood looked at the bow. The guy recognized him and was surprised that he was here too. Asked who he was. At this point he said he was William Farthedo. Rood remembered who he was. Then he said, no time to talk, we have to run. There's a huge dragon moving this way. Just at this moment, the protagonist could observe who was in front of them. A huge dragon appeared in front of them. He looked at them at that moment. The boy immediately collapsed with fear. Then he shouted about the dragon in front of them. Rood wasn't scared at all, and the guy asked him if he was crazy. But Rood began to fight him. These earth dragons are very strong. They are adept at layering. You just have to trust the flow of that power. Willie is very much surprised that the protagonist has taken to fighting the dragon. Rood told the guy to stop provoking the dragon. Just let him shut up and stand there. After that, he began to use his inner strength. It had been almost 2 months since he started practicing the blue sky technique. He thinks his 3 wings are enough to fight a dragon like that. The dragon, of course, was furious at this point. Rood attacked him at that moment. He plunged his sword right into his head. Naturally, the dragon felt unbearable pain from this. Then the dragon cried out in pain. William didn't understand how this was possible. Wasn't he even afraid of the dragon? Rood looked confidently at his opponent at this moment. After that, he sprang into action. William told the guy to stop. No matter how much of a genius he was, this was overkill. He'd tried sword fighting at the same time, but a sword throws your opponent off unless he knows how to use high mana. Rood told the guy to shut up and look carefully. Here, unlike ordinary monsters, almost all of the dragon's body was covered with hard scales. After all, they are also living creatures. Their eyes, respiratory tracts, and joints are relatively soft. You just need to widen the distance between the scales a bit, and then it won't be hard to pierce the armor through it. Rood Denethos began throwing a series of punches at once. After a while, his sword broke after all. Looks like he's already gone for the neck bone. No matter how good the weapon was, it was difficult to defeat a dragon with a training sword. Rood Denethos, as if nothing had happened, just slapped the other man's arm and said he had calmed down. Then turned around and asked William if he had an extra sword. The guy told him he couldn't help his sword was broken too. Rood Denethos asked if that was true and then said there was nothing that could be done. It was unbelievable. He had single-handedly defeated a dragon that could be handled by a crowd of students, even with his bare hands without a sword. Rood Denethos was surprised that the dragon had died. He thanked him for saving him and apologized for his behavior that time. Rood Denethos was surprised and thought about the fact that he hadn't originally had such thoughts. And there was something else. If he's okay with it, can he put him down as a competitor? He, the hero, did not understand what Madame was talking about. He too was considered pretty strong in his parts where he grew up, but looking at him, I realized that he was no match for him much. He clearly knew that he lacked a lot, but he wasn't going to stay better so that he would become his competition. Then he would evolve and become just as strong. Rood Denethos asked if he didn't realize what was wrong with him. Even he got kind of uncomfortable, and because of that he said whatever he wanted. The guy was on his own. The king said maybe he was ashamed because he recognized himself in him from a past life. Rood told him to shut up. At that moment, they saw the teacher, and she said that the practical exam for Group A was over. Let them prepare to return to the assembly point. Rood Denethos thought to himself that if the king was going to talk nonsense, let him sleep better already. Why now? It was just getting interesting. At that instant, someone was watching the protagonist. The man clearly saw him and watched him. It was some man with a pike in his hands. He said the guy wasn't bad as fire. And it was Gerard Degraham, the rector of Eratium Academy. He was then asked how he was doing. The professor was praised for his experience. He supposed various things, but this was over-the-top wishful thinking. He thought he would have a very hard time dealing with such a dragon. I can't believe he's only 17 years old. He's sure to perform brilliantly in the supplementary exam and become an excellent dragon slayer like never before in history. But after that, the rector came down from the tree. He said about the superior dragon slaying, perhaps even better than they think, but like a free warrior, for example. The professor asked if he was referring to Banara's diaries. Everything was right. A dragon slayer, who was human. Long ago, humans were considered nothing more than dragon prey. The monsters wanted on the earth, flew in the sky, and were as huge as mountains. In this world, everything and the earth and the heavens belonged to them, and the dominance of the skies belonged to a special kind of creature, the dragon. Outwardly, they looked like ordinary humans, but they possessed extraordinary intelligence and strength. Dragonmen mercilessly killed humans and used them for more than just prey. 700 years ago, these brutal creatures forced people to fight for fun in this place. And now the Academy's stadium has become a symbol of freedom, and slaying dragons, isn't that amazing? The professor, as a receiver of blue sky technology, understands fragments of these past memories. Banara is one of the ones the dragonmen used for their entertainment. He was stronger than the others, so he gathered like-minded people around him and organized a revolution. Thus came the first dragon slayers, who managed to drive the dragonmen back to the northern mountains. They were able to seal their king, the seventh dragon, in China, after which an era of freedom for humans was ushered in. The Banara's diaries are all well-known tales, and the basic plot of many of the wandering musician's songs. However, there is one point he does not understand. If he was so green, why didn't he exterminate the dragons completely? Then there would be no need for dragon slayers. So why did he kill the seventh dragon by only sealing it? If he did otherwise, then there would be no victims like him or this student. And he certainly does not doubt the strength of the great opponent. The rector told him not to worry, whatever the past was. Unwavering are the things that people must fulfill. All exams have been completed. Dear students, do not ask them to hand back their weapons and come to the gathering place. The schedule of the jousting venue and supplementary exam can be checked in the announcement in the main lobby. 3 days later is the day of the supplemental exam. At last the day has come. At stake are weapons from the Treasury of Eratium. Only one student was chosen from each team to take an additional exam, a first among the most elite freshmen. So, could the best student among the freshmen tell him how he felt? At that moment, Rood Denethos told her to stop. What a bore he is after all. They eventually all met up again here. Hennis said, she's the only one who won't give in because they're friends. She can buy any weapon she wants, but she's jokingly curious about what's in the Academy's treasury. Rood Denethos said, he knows it himself. So why is the guy involved here if he doesn't even use a gun? Competing against the strongest descriptive conditions to strengthen your body. He told me that he was saying all the right things. What was he yelling about in the first place? In that instant, He looked somewhere in the distance. It seems his opponent was not an easy one. Balak will bat against Lion. That's what Hennis thought. It's psychotic. She couldn't have missed that. We'd have to see how strong she was. If he loses to her, let him think he has no regrets. Debo asked Rood if Lion was really strong. Rood Denethos said that yes, he thinks she is the strongest among the freshmen, and even stronger than him, or what, but Rood Denethos confidently said no, he was stronger. At this moment, everyone had already gathered and was watching intently. Lion went up to the guy and said, she wondered who else could be a whole 10 minutes late to the contest. Turns out it was him. Balak said he had a name, and he introduced himself. The girl told him to stop and let him attack. Announcing his name at the very beginning of the contest is a tradition in their family. It's best not to interrupt him halfway through. In that instant, something began to happen. The guy was very much surprised. The girl then introduced herself and asked if he was satisfied now. The guy just smiled after that. He said fine. He could see she was strong enough to fight a noble like him. The girl prepared to receive his attack. But after that, it was up to the guy to defend himself. It wasn't a mana shield. He fended off her blow with his muscles, or what? He hopes she likes his beautiful muscles. He fended off sword strikes with his bare hands. This wasn't just some mana shield. Then the guy started attacking as well. Also his speed is wider. Pulls and he was pretty good. But the more range, the more open he gets. She was just taking advantage of the blow. In that instant, the girl became attentive. She realized it was a good moment and began to move closer to him. But then abruptly something really surprised her. The guy started to do something about it. She realized that this was not any unfortunate moment. He's not even going to duck or anything. Then the girl started fighting him with her bare hands. After that, she kicked him in the groin, stubbornly insisting on her own. Balak, of course, went ballistic after this, and after that, he bounced back. There was no sword technique of any kind working on him. His muscles were soaked with mana. He looked strong. She wanted to say the same thing about herself. Not a bad attacker. They may be critical, but it hurts the most guests. Did his physical abilities surpass her skills? In that instant, the guy decided to throw off his clothes. He then began to approach her and said that Stero's body could not be pierced by a sword. Lion was quite surprised at this moment, and the guy was already beside her. But after that, he fell to the floor. Afterward, she said that's why she doesn't use a sword. Then she went into a rage, called him a goddamn narcissist, and started attacking him. The guy paid attention to something. He realized that the girl had a very tremendous amount of speed. In that instant, he received a deafening blow, and after that, he took off backwards. He then told the girl that she was strong and that was a good thing. He will summon all the strength he has to stand up to her. At that instant, something shot up his leg. Some kind of lightning began to appear near him, and after that, they put a hand on his shoulder. The guy then informed him that he was disqualified. Balak felt it was unfair and asked why. He kept saying that Stero's body was not some naked real sculpture. Have him stop talking and follow them. And accordingly, thus defeated Lion. Rood Denethos looked at her in that instant, and she looked at him the same way. Hennis said that they won't say that she and Balak are friends. It will be their turn soon. What had happened to make Rood Denethos look at her like that? In that instant, she decided to ask him in person. A guy full of blood asked what the big deal was, and she repeated that it would soon be their turn. Let him not dare to yield to her. Did he understand? Therefore she may not worry. To fire which Hennis halfly. In the future will come the strongest call of fire and a great fight. She had been through so many fights, and there was no one who surpassed her. She became a household name because of her unrivaled skills and ability to make the right decisions. Hennis thought she could handle it. She lost. It was awful. But she was sure it would be different next time. The strong will never faded in her. Accordingly, Rood Denethos wins. He said he felt a little sorry at the end. The timing was right, but the kick was weak. The girl said he pissed her off. Would have taught her better dagger technique that. Asked him why he needed her. He could do it on his own anyway. He was helping Claire. Why wouldn't he want her to? At that moment, Rood Denethos looked somewhere in the stands. Rood Denethos says, it's time for him to go, because finals are coming up. Hennis wondered what was really going on between them. This time, all the freshmen performed well. It was as expected. The final supplementary exam was where the most students from Disciplinary and the main members of the Dead Dragon Guild met. Lion was running at this moment and thought about how she didn't want to fight. Didn't he think he saw her when he found himself practicing for various excuses. That's why she didn't count on him. But why is he acting like this now? She looked at him fearfully. Why is he acting like he wants this battle for himself? She could sense a craving for victory and open hostility in him, but why was she so reluctant to fight him? There was no way the girl could understand it. At that moment someone called out to her. Rood Denethos asked what she would do now. In half an hour, the final battle will begin. Have her return to the waiting room. But that shouldn't concern him, as he is her opponent in this battle. She's not going to fight him, and she doesn't care about the prize. She refused to participate. Rood Denethos asked when he heard she would refuse. He asked if she was joking. Did she want to show pity for a scumbag who didn't even make sense to fight, or what? Not at all. Why does he say that? She wants to ask too. Rood Denethos didn't let her speak and simply ordered her to shut up, grabbing her. He said she had no right to give up the win. Lion didn't understand what he meant. Rood Denethos said this time don't even think about running away. He remembered telling her to open her eyes in a past life. He was telling her to pull herself together. Lion turned to him. She hadn't even won once. If she died here, he'd curse her for the rest of his life. He's always been like this. Hasn't changed a bit. Rood Denethos told her to shut up and think about how to stop the bleeding. The blood just keeps spurting. At that moment she took his face and wanted to say something. Smiling, she said he was an idiot. For the longest time, she'd always called him scum, a jerk, and an idiot. She hated him, but he didn't like her either. Then why her? In that instant, someone said she had made a stupid choice. The guy said she was strong enough to kill the dragon Lazia, but chose to die protecting a weakling like him. It was the battle dragon lifeless. Rood Denethos simply remained silent. After that, he said he lost interest, and there's no point in killing him. Rood Denethos laughed in rage at this. Then, with tears in his eyes, he brought her down and started screaming loudly. He himself knew that the lion he knew was dead. Knew it was just a stupid feeling of defeat, and now he was talking nonsense. At this point, the girl told him to let her go, and afterward, she asked what was wrong with him. Just don't let them follow her there. She looked lonely at that moment. He, on the other hand, wanting to overwhelm him by any means necessary, looked like a pathetic man who only goes over dragons for revenge. The bloody genius is a wall he must overcome, a goal he must achieve, so he cannot forgive or understand. Why her? Why someone like him? At that moment the king turned to him and told him not to say anything. Let him wait and keep it quiet. Rood Denethos just stared off into the distance. The participant in the final battle of the supplemental exam did not appear on the battlefield, which is treated as a withdrawal. Rood Denethos wins. Everyone is wondering what's the matter. What happened to her? Was she scared or something? Hennis didn't understand. Had she really run away? Rood Denethos realized she hadn't come after all. Okay, she can run. But this time, there's no way he's letting her go. Lion was sitting alone on a rock somewhere in the middle of the field at this moment. She realized that the supplemental exam was probably over by now. She wondered if Rood Denethos was angry. At that moment, she turned her head and noticed something. She then asked what on earth he was doing here. Rood Denethos appeared right in front of her. In her past life, she always came here when she felt anxious, and he often came here to meet her. Rood Denethos began to draw his sword. Afterward he swept it down right in front of her feet. But he told her to get up. The final battle remained. Lion didn't understand why she would do that. I mean, she said she has no right to turn down this fight. Let him take his time. Why is he saying this now? He asked what right now meant. He's been waiting for this moment. He was so looking forward to this rematch to end it. Her abuse of him. Lion drew her weapon as well. She kept saying she didn't want to fight him. Didn't he realize that? And Rood Denethos said it didn't matter. His punches were too hard. It was just unbelievable. The pressure alone is enough to knock her off her feet. Is he so confident in his powers, or what? But he still couldn't penetrate her mana shield. Rood Denethos tried his best. Let her do as she should if she doesn't want to die. In that instant, she noticed that her shield was broken. After that, she bounced back. He tells her to do as she should. Yeah. Does he even know what it means to do properly? That kind of reception at her age, she's still got an amazing ability. Since he was aware of it, let him stop. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't defeat her without this sword technique. But Rood Denethos asked, isn't that what he would say? This will not be recognized during the battle. Her sword techniques can only stand up to the same technique or high-level magic, and with his techniques. Just at that moment, she received a punch to the stomach. She realized the guy had tricked her. It was a trap. It looks like he wants to bind her sword and fight with his bare hands. Gotta keep her distance. Can't let him drag her into these games. Their intense battle continued, and the tension was building with each passing second. Some of them thought it couldn't be. Afterward, Rood Denethos punched her in the face, and then bounced back. The girl couldn't believe that he had dodged her blows. It seems the problem wasn't the sword technique. She couldn't use it at all now. After that, she took up hand-to-hand combat. What a crazy reaction speed. He just read her movements perfectly, like he'd seen it on video during his fight with his mother. Rood said he didn't train for nothing. Lion is much stronger now, and she was in her past life without the use of the screen. Their measures with her won't fix that. On the other hand, he's gotten stronger too. What is this stupid feeling? Rood Denethos bounced back. He didn't understand why the feeling wouldn't go away. Pushing her against the wall, he drew his sword. Obviously, such a technique was disadvantageous to him in a fight with her. She had no way of knowing if he wanted to win or not. Now she doesn't even want to understand him. The girl became furious and said it was the guy's own fault. Rood Denethos looked at her in surprise. He expected action. After that, they attacked each other at the same time. Their battle continued. They ran into each other. The girl thought she had won. Rood Denethos continued to stare at her. Then on something really surprised me. She turned her attention to that color. Rood Denethos said he now has a fourth wing. His sword began to glow. Now he can use the fourth wing. The girl realized that the guy was using the sword technique. After that, there was a massive explosion on the battlefield. The girl managed to bounce away. She realized it was the same, but the degree of her skill was completely different. The girl lowered her head at this moment, and Rood Denethos began to approach her. Afterward, the girl admitted that he had won. Lion asked if he was satisfied now. He should be pleased, for he has defeated a god who has treated him like scum all his life. However, there was one but. He felt somehow empty inside. Why was she agonizing over him? The girl asked what empty meant. He made her fight for no reason, and now he's talking about emptiness. The protagonist noticed the girl approaching him, and after that, he got punched in the face. Rood Denethos didn't expect this at all. She called him a psycho and asked if he was bullying her. She said she didn't want to and wouldn't fight him. Rood Denethos said he needed it. But why does he say his insides are empty? And Rood Denethos fell silent at that moment. He said he needed to beat her at least once. Lion told him not to make her laugh. It wasn't her he wanted to win. Rood Denethos asked what he meant by that, and then asked if he thought she didn't know anything. He had an incomprehensible, evil sense of inferiority from the beginning. He showed his emotions towards her so openly because he saw her as someone else. He wanted to beat that particular man, and she turned out to be just a substitute. She knew that. The girl started crying and saying she knew everything. After that, there was silence. Rood Denethos asked what she was thinking. Don't let her fool herself. She was the one he always saw. She was the person he envied, admired, and whose recognition he was always trying to gain. Lion was very much surprised. Why her? He couldn't even compare to her. She was incredibly cool. He couldn't have the same power. That's exactly what happened. Together, in a rematch, it's not even funny. He just wanted to be her. He wanted to mimic her movements, her techniques, her feelings. Oh shit, that's what it was all about in the end. But no matter what she did, he couldn't be her. He couldn't accept that she died protecting a scum like him. Lion didn't understand what he was saying. Rood Denethos said it needs to be said differently. It doesn't feel empty, but unbearable bitterness. The girl asked if he was crazy. She couldn't understand what it meant that she died protecting him. He wanted to follow her techniques, but this was the first time they'd met here. After all, if he was going to bullshit like this. Rood Denethos interrupted her and said it was no bullshit. At this point, the king tried to stop him. Rood Denethos began to explain to her that she had died protecting him and left her stupid meeting. The girl, of course, asked what he was talking about. He called her stupid and said he was about a past life. He says to her, past life? Crazy wench. The girl didn't understand what past life meant. What the hell is he talking about? He didn't care if she believed him or not. He couldn't prove anything anyway, but as she already knew, he wasn't lying. He'd gone back in time, so now was a second chance for him. Lion didn't understand what back in time meant at all. If she's stupid, she should have sensed it. The level of mana or refinement was too good to be considered just the talent of another martial arts genius. Possession of knowledge that you can't get without experience. mimicking the talent skills of people he had previously met. All of these things are only impossible if he hasn't studied them beforehand. So he's back, she says, but all the inconsistencies and doubts she's felt all this time may well be explained by this one return. If all these absurd words are true, that is, he already knows her, that he knows the adult version of her, which she can't. That's exactly what he told her. In her previous life, she had lived only for him and she had been treated like trash. In training, no matter how desperately he wanted to win her over, she was the one who never looked directly at him. Even so, she died saving him so he could at least imagine how hurtful it was. Lion asked if she'd done all that. Rood said she was so rough and strong that he risked his life just to fight her. The girl remained silent and continued to stare at him. The man he hated. I've been longing for someone who was like the sky to him. Was it all her or was it something else? So when they first met, he started a fight or something. Rood Denethos said he was going to fight right away, but she was stronger than he expected. If all that was said was true, she was much younger than him now. Did he really hate her enough to act like this? Of course, why else would he go that far? Somehow he apologized first. Rood Denethos marveled at that moment. If he hated her so genuinely, he could just walk on by. Rood Denethos asked if he was trying to resolve the situation quickly. After all, she had made such a ruckus in the lobby. I mean, he even taught her how to fight. The point of defeating her is only when she's strong. What about the weekend? Showing her around the capital? Rood Denethos didn't understand what she was trying to accomplish now. Had it not gotten to her? Or what? In his past life he had been on a par with a dog to her, so much so she had cradled him. The relationship couldn't have been worse, and that it's different now, he said it himself. This is her second chance. At that moment she put something to his face, then told him to stand still. This handkerchief he had lent her, and she was crying on the stairs. Did he remember it? Rood Denethos didn't know how to react. He just stood there and remained silent. Then he flung her arm away with aggression. Then asked what the hell she was doing. The girl said she apologized. She was sorry. She apologizes for always calling him garbage and ignoring him so coldly. Rood Denethos asked if she was a fool. What the hell does she think he's telling her about his past life here? All for the sake of letting go of those regrets that have plagued him for so long, even after his return. If it's really all for that, it's a great chance to get rid of their current relationship. And now it's really over. That's enough. Now that this weight is finally lifted from his shoulders, it will be enough. It has to be. It's not like she's some softie. Why would she apologize? Isn't she even mad? To him, the business of living a lopsided life won't stop making him feel like shit. Let it not make him even more pathetic than he is. At this point, she grabbed him and told him to shut up. Did he think it was so easy for her to accept this situation? She knows full well that he's the one here who should be apologizing, because he's the one here who can't let go of his past regrets, even after being reborn. No matter how much it hurt him, the current her had no idea about anything because of it, but this time she made an exception and apologized first. Rood Denethos was very much surprised, all because the past he's carrying, solidifying, is different from her. She believes her feelings and thoughts are real now. There's nothing she can do about it, no matter how much he hates her, no matter what their relationship has been in the past. Rood Denethos continued to stand and remain silent. Then the girl grabbed him and pulled him to her. Afterward, she kissed him. After they finished, Rood Denethos was very much surprised, and then she actually said she liked him. It doesn't matter what their relationship was like in the past. And now she likes him. Rood Denethos woke up at that moment. Rood Denethos asked if it was a dream, but the king told him that Dick 2 years such a thing could be a dream. Who knew what he was getting up to? He should be ashamed of himself. The hero was truly ashamed. After such behavior, he can seriously claim that this is his second life or something like that. What was he going to do about what he'd done yesterday? Not to dismiss it as if it never happened, but it was amusing to watch him freeze in place like an idiot and then hastily try to avoid the situation. It did seem very foolish of him. Last night he had been unduly impetuous. He had been riddled in his first life by his hot temper and his new crisp progress. Hadn't she already reached adulthood? He might have a good thing going with this girl to be sticking to his lips before they even started dating. He told him to shut up and let him stop with the relationship nonsense. He didn't have time for that. He just pretend it never happened. This girl was weird from the start. Why would she kiss a guy who said he didn't like her, fought with her, and admitted to being reborn? Rood was furious. He'd already done the above and would happily leave him to hammer it further into his head. Isn't today the day he should be rewarded for winning the trials? Rood remembered it abruptly and asked what time it was. You should have mentioned it first. Rood was walking behind the rector at this moment. The man said he looked tired. Had he even slept? She said she did. Just really excited about getting into the treasure room. The man laughed and said that explained everything. Inside the Academy's treasury is the old heritage of the Dragon Slayer, the rarest artifacts, weapons. They are all priceless treasures. Even if he won the trials, the treasury would only be open to him after receiving approval from the Academy director and most of the professors. So that's a big part of his discovery after all this time. He had the weapons that his older brother and Lion had gotten him out of here in his previous life. But were there really no hopeful rookies in this life that could replace his brother? A man reported that they are on site. Photo of the Academy treasury. He won't spare a single thing he takes out of here, but let him remember, this treasure is not limited to just Erathium. The entire history of Dragon Slayers, such as here, that he can come out here is already a great honor in itself. Make him proud. The doors to the treasury began to open. Rood confidently started walking forward. He said the Manhwa flow is different. The king told him it was subspace, and the kid asked what he meant. It's kind of like the one hovering over Dragon Island. Spatial coordinates are not fixed here. This is something that can be created by people who have reached at least the rank of Archimage. Moreover, to keep all these weapons in order, they definitely needed the Archimage's help. At first glance, everything here seems to be of the highest quality. Is he looking for something in particular, or what? Rood said yes. He is looking for it. The king asked if this was the weapon he had used in a past life. If there weren't better things from the past here, he'd do things differently. But that's not why he's here. At that moment, the hero noticed something. Full said he found a sword that defies the heavens, Demios. Defying heaven is the sword used by the first dragon Pizzo, Vanner himself. This sword is darker than the blackest ink and is capable of cutting through the flow of Manhwa, neutralizing any high-level enchantments. Did he choose her because he wants to follow in the footsteps of the hero Vanner? Rood said that he had heard the legend of Valnara countless times, but he did not want to follow in his footsteps. If he needs to save the world, there's no room to spare. He'll just kill them all. Then the reason he chose this sword was simple. His brother had used this sword in his past life. In addition, this sword is ideal for slaying the higher dragon species. It was a quick fix. We have a return, or what? That's what he needed in the first place. At that moment, Rood stepped on something. He asked what it was. It's not a weapon, and he doesn't think it contains protective magic. When the hero realized what it was, he said it couldn't be. The king realized what it was, too. Rood remembered asking his brother if he knew why Professor Damien had killed himself. It's all kind of weird. Rood asked his brother if he was listening to him at all. The guy answered him that there was something in the sky. Rood asked what the hell it was. At this point, the evacuation of students began. No one could understand what was happening. Then some dragon appeared. It was a stone stolen from the Thunder Dragon Karma. He learned of the existence of the 7 dragons when he was still lacking in skill and determination. The horrifying screams and the vile sounds of burning flesh that they brought cannot be forgotten even after a decade. However, here is the Thunder Dragon Seal Stone that brought this trouble. Why is the Thunder Dragon Seal Stone in the Academy's treasury? Rood doesn't know, but he sure as hell shouldn't be here. Everything in the treasury is cast with protection spells. But this thing has nothing of the sort on it. This means that the Thunder Dragon didn't attack the Academy. I mean, this thing has been here from the beginning. If that's the case, someone brought it here. It's been 700 years since the Thunder Dragon was sealed. Rood wondered about that. He then asked Feldrua if he could find out when the dragon was going to awaken. The seal is not in very good condition right now. From the looks of it, it will last about 2 years. His life will be attacked by another dragon about 6 months from the current moment. Just a few months after Professor Damien's death, it's clear that the 1,000-year-old dragon heart that Jeremy stole has stimulated the Thunder Dragon's activity. The hero was seized with the consciousness of all this, and he became furious. The man asked if he would take it with him. Rood said that, of course, it's like the seed of disaster, so he needs to act ahead of the timeline of events. The man remained silent, but then added that the guy had told him he was going to kill all the dragons in the world. He asked if his decision would remain unchanged even if there were good dragons somewhere in this world. Rood didn't understand what good dragon meant, and added that if such a thing existed in their world, it was already dead. It was a dead dragon. They couldn't affect the seal stone, as the seal would eventually break anyway between 6 months and 2 years. However, it was worth preparing for the coming events. Fortunately, they were in constant contact with Professor Demain. It had been quite some time since he had attended the preparation class. The professor made the atmosphere more comfortable, but he still remained a bit terse. The professor asked what happened. He replied that it was nothing, and added that the coffee smelled wonderful. That brought some relief, but in truth he still had his doubts. His dagger skills had already surpassed the level of an apprentice. Nevertheless, he wondered why he continued to attend his lessons. Now he knew it was because he liked coffee. Next time he would find better coffee beans. Rood said that wasn't the main reason, as he still had a lot to learn from him. He wanted to know more about his experience, for he felt that no one else deserved respect as much as he did as a future or former dragon slayer. The professor wanted to say something to him. Rood didn't understand why the man was silent. Perhaps he thought he was guilty. The boy was sure the professor was aware of his origins from Disciplinary. It was most likely due to the fact that he had the heart of the 1,000-year-old dragon that had destroyed his hometown. That much was obvious. Given the professor's cautious nature, if Rood could use this opportunity to provoke his senses, he would get to the bottom of what was going on. Determined, Rood said he knew it was inappropriate, but asked if he had ever been to Disciplinary, a village on the outskirts of the kingdom of Calvin. It was now ruined, though it had been his homeland. Upon hearing this, the professor had a panic attack. Rood went on to say that it was a really nice area, peaceful and quiet. He and his father equipped all the hunting areas with wildlife traps. He remembered eating the hot stew his mother served for dinner. Rood said he thought he was happy, until that dragon showed up. By the mind of the world, the villages were destroyed, and only he and his brother survived. The professor, whose body reflected emotion, asked if he had an older brother. Rood confirmed, adding that they are not together now, but his older brother was an important part of his life. He began to remember moments related to him. Rood went on to talk about his brother. He also never stopped immersing himself in the memories of those days. Rood believed that if it weren't for his mistakes, his older brother would still be alive. There was a tense silence between them. At that moment, the professor stood up abruptly and said it was time to end the conversation. Continuing the topic, he suggested we revisit this next time. Rood Denethos responded that it didn't make sense, because the story was boring. He called her a typical cliché about losing everything and trying to regain what was lost. Rood was about to hit the road. However, he suddenly rested his hand against the wall. He began to breathe heavily, clearly experiencing an internal struggle. The king noticed that Rood looked tired. Rood thought it would be all right, but the heat and guilt inside him made it hard to concentrate. They had become so close now that they needed to talk to understand each other. He pondered that if he never spoke of what had happened to the 1,000-year-old dragon's heart, then all his stories would be meaningless to the professor. Rood Denethos asked why the professor was interested in this. Obviously, if he knew the truth, he would have killed him. Rood replied that it wouldn't happen, but the professor asked why he was so sure. After saying that, Rood looked at him with a look of incomprehension. He added that for a man, the professor blames himself too much, and noted that the man apologized sincerely, saying he was sorry. Rood Denethos realized that the situation was still uncertain. Some time had passed, but there had been no word from Professor Damir. Soon he would have to do something about it, and come up with a new plan of action. At the moment, he could only use his four wings, which allowed him to control the will of the sword and subspace. But that was still not enough to defeat the Thunder Dragon. The man asked if anything about subspace was mentioned in Chang Kun-sik's records. Rood replied that yes, the section on celestial spirit mentions personal space only available to the air. He said that in a past life, his older brother had used countless weapons stored in this space, and that it was an ability he desperately needed. The man asked if he could use it for protection in an emergency. Rood confirmed, but noted that chaos could ensue inside the space. At that moment someone indignantly shouted, indignantly for the other to keep his clothes on. Turns out Lion was telling Balak that he kept trying to take his clothes off while at practice. Rood wondered why they were fighting again. Lion replied that she was practicing jujitsu, and Balak kept walking around smelling bad. Guy noticed that Hennis had no complaints. It turned out that Hennis had a clothespin on her nose. She added that she didn't side with him, but recognized that he was cool. The hero remarked that he wished they would take the training seriously for once. After that, Rood used his mana and asked if they were down. Hennis noticed that it was elemental magic and asked when he had time to learn spiritualism. She suggested we stop fighting and mind our own business. Since he had stepped in to calm everyone down, why not practice together? Dalek said he'll do individual workouts later, but he's not ready right now. Lion noticed that the man was pretending as if nothing had happened and suggested that he give him a normal answer. Hennis inquired as to what he should be responsible for. Lion looked at her in surprise. After that, she fell silent. Lion then said that he should respond to her confession since she had confessed to him. Hennis was shocked. Lion shared that she confessed her feelings to Rood. At that moment the boys heard someone scream. Rood asked what had happened, and Hennis in that instant tried to realize the whole situation. Then they all noticed something unusual. Lion said, sounding like it was from outside. Dalek backed her up and said it looks like it. After that, all three of them looked at what was already happening there. At that moment, some guy was telling another guy that even the future is so beat up that he still can't come to his senses. It was William who said the guy apologized immediately. Lion asked who it was, and Hennis told her it was kind of like Fartheta. Dalek asked if Rood was going to stop him, but Rood replied that kids grow up fighting. At this point, the guy burped to apologize a second time for insulting Rood. William said he was his rival and didn't deserve such insults. Just at that moment he received a blow to the face. Of course, he couldn't stay on his feet after that. At this point, the guy said they were playing a giveaway, unaware that he was an orphan who was just lucky enough to win. William sent it to me, telling the guy to apologize. He called him a bastard and asked if the adults had taught him how to talk, if he had a lot of hubris. I'm gonna kick the shit out of her with me. Well, just as he was about to strike, someone stopped him. As it turned out, it was Rood. The guy didn't expect this turn of events. Rood said with a smile on his face that the orphan was spot on. After that, he hit him and told him to meet the damn shoe. In that moment, Balak said that he too, after all, would like to join the protagonist in taking on and shooting them all down. William asked if the guy would stand up for him one more time. Rood asked if he could still call bullshit after being beaten so badly. Dalek said, it's a great attitude. He deserves to be friends with Steros, not a friend. More like a punching bag. At that moment, all the guys put their hands up in the air. Rood walked over and asked why suddenly the older one was catching the younger one and beating him like gangsters, and how dare they insult the younger one. Lion stood nearby and couldn't understand who the other gangster was, since he was the one who beat them up. William also intervened and told them to remember well. He told them they would still answer for their words, and to the orphan who didn't finish her meal. Lion said he was right about something. The girl said he was about orphans who don't see flights in their lives, that's why they don't eat it. Rood said that even though he was an orphan, but his manners were almost flawless. Right after that, three guys replied that it was just like that. The students and professors praised him a lot. It turns out they know everything. So why did they do it? Find out. At that moment they began to speak, so that Brett himself would explain, for he would be the first to open his mouth. The guy started to explain what happened. He heard that Rood was a freshman, who was now in everyone's ear, had behaved rudely and was being rude and boorish to the student council president. Hennis said, if it's about the student council president. At that moment, the guy said it was about time. He told Rood that he was running late. So what brought the freshman to the council room? At this point someone started asking what on earth he was doing. The girl told the president that this guy does what he wants. Let her not worry. He's his guest. He'll take care of it. She can come back. After that, the girl just looked at him and started to walk away. With a smile on his face, Jeremy told the guy that they hadn't seen each other in a while. He showed up later than he expected, but Remove started. Let him take a seat in the chair. But right after that, Rood aggressively hit the chair and it flew off. He told the guy to stop talking and lay out what was on his mind. The guy grabbed his head and said that student council property. Rood Denethos asked why the hell he told that bastard named Brett to smack him around. What the hell is he talking about? I think there's been a misunderstanding. I've never given an order like that. He did complain a bit to Brett, but it was true that he had behaved rather rudely that day. Rood asked, or he wanted an apology, but he just wanted to talk to him. But he chose a shitty way to invite him over for a chat. After that, Jeremy sighed heavily and spread his hands. He had been in frequent contact with Damian Grace the last few days. Hadn't he warned him earlier that the professor was dangerous? Rood said he doesn't memorize shit. The guy laughed and said he still didn't realize how much he'd surfaced. but he still didn't know anything about the professor either. Rood asked, "Or is it all because he has the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon?" The guy was surprised that Rood already knew, and he hadn't expected that. He is the inheritor of the Heavenly Sword technique. After all, he probably heard about it from the Heavenly Sword, Immortal Master. But then he can't understand why he's so close to the professor if he already knows everything. It was clear to him. The Sky Swordsman asked him to keep an eye on him and report back at the first sign of a threat, or what? Nasty bastard. How unlucky. It's like he sees right through everything. Of course, the Heavenly Sword would take it upon itself to kill. And just like that, Rudu was only asked to observe. That's why he stuck with it. It was abundantly clear to him that the swarm's predictions were in his head, but he was wrong. Professor Damien wasn't going to die. At that moment, the guy looked at him in surprise. Rood walked past him and said he'd see to it. He can't avoid it anymore. He has to come clean to Rood. The fact that he has the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon. And tell me why. The kid asked Grandpa what he was going to read to him today. He pondered and chose the diabolical territories beyond the mountains or the original heavenly evil, whichever one he wanted. The kid said he wants a Dragon Slayer story when he grows up, wants to be a Dragon Slayer like Grandpa. His first memory is the soothing aroma of coffee and his grandfather's big hand ruffling his hair. His parents, who were Dragon Slayers, died when he was small, so he was raised by his retired grandfather. Thanks to his grandfather's care, he grew up safely, not feeling the absence of his parents. He wanted to become a Dragon Slayer like his parents and grandfather, to make him proud. At that moment, Grandpa noticed something he would have if he hadn't started suffering from mana hypersensitivity. It was a rare disease in which the patient's body overreacted to mana, the source of all life. Even if it flowed as it should, a steady stream, his body was torn by the excruciating pain that flowed through him like blood through his veins, every breath coming hard. Despite countless visits to healers and mages, Vaughn had lain on his bed for so many years, clinging to life with no hope of recovery. He had completely forgotten what was going on outside. Grandpa walked in on him at that moment. The kid saw who it was and asked if it was his grandfather. Afterward, he asked him what was going on. Grandpa directly asked if he wanted to live. Damien looked at him fearfully at this point. After that, Grandpa started pulling something out. He took out the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon and told the guy to swallow it. The guy asked what it was all about. His grandfather answered him nothing, only saying that he would be well in no time. The man then forcibly took his arm and grabbed him. Then he also gave him the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon. Debo tried to resist, but his grandfather held him firmly. The man hadn't stopped apologizing to him the whole time. With tears in his eyes he did all this. The professor couldn't get rid of these thoughts and memories. He said his grandfather had done nothing wrong, he had only saved him, his grandson. If they want to blame anyone, it's not him who took so many innocent lives just because he wanted to live a little longer. He felt very sorry for his actions. Just at that moment, he saw Rood in front of him. Alchemy Club room in the Knowledge of Magical Research B. Hennis didn't have thoughts of lying confessing to Rood that she liked him out of her head. At that moment, someone told her to wake up. The girl asked, "Doesn't she have a vocational training session today?" She always gets up half an hour early to meet Lee. She couldn't concentrate. Too many thoughts in her head. So she told her to rest today, then waste her energy and not finish sooner. The professor had told her that she was having trouble concentrating today. If she kept this up, the training ground would turn to ash. She should stop there today. What was she so worried about? I remembered. The festival season was coming up, so maybe she was worried about attracting more members to the Alchemy Club for a special event. Wasn't she busy writing her graduate thesis? Less than half of the graduating class graduates every year. She should try harder. Well, what was she thinking about then, if not the festival? The girl replied that senior nice, let her tell you what those feelings are like when your friend turns on a girl. Is she worried that he won't spend time with her anymore, feels discouraged, broken, can't sleep, or what? It makes sense now. She's so stressed out about the relationship. She started teasing her and asking her if this boy is just a friend of hers. Is she really friends with him? Isn't he a little arrogant? Or maybe he's an old man who doesn't know what he wants anymore. But Hennis started to explain that it's not that kind of relationship. At this time, someone walked in on them and immediately apologized, and then asked, or was it the Alchemy Club? Rood was in front of them. Hennis stood up abruptly and asked how much he was paying. Rood didn't understand what she meant. He's here to join the club. but he's not even a wizard. But the girl explained to her that not only wizards could join. The girl greeted him and told him to come over here. All he has to do is fill out an application. The girl realized that he was the one she was telling. Let her go and seduce him. But why would she do that? She greeted him and told him that Hennis would tell him all about the club band. She had to go write her diploma. Hennis clenched her elbows as she was thoroughly annoyed by everything. And Rood informed her that he was done. She's going to freak out like this. Still very embarrassed to look him in the face. No background in alchemy. No understanding of magic. Motivation for joining. Creating medicines. Like potions. This interested the girl, and she said that it was a rather unusual reason. Rood asked what was so unusual about her. She meant that it was rather unexpected. Let him take a seat there and wait for her. She go get the research notes. Rood at this time noticed the research on the symptoms of magic fever. The source of life is mana, the power of the surrounding world that flows within the body. It is an unknown force. Even after centuries of research, it remains an object of study. Because of this, there are many special laws and diseases that have not yet been identified. Magical fever is one of those undiscovered diseases where excess mana is released outward and the body can't handle it, dying of fever. This is similar to Professor Damirn's illness, but still different, as he suffered from mana hypersensitivity. Hennis spent her entire past life creating treatments for her older sister, Leela Halfley, who suffered from fever. With a steely persistence in researching the disease, she was eventually able to find a cure. Hennis came to her sister and told her that she had finally made it. But that's when she noticed something. But it was already too late for Leela. For months after Leela's funeral, the protagonist asks, or the girl still doesn't eat, and cries all day long. Balak understands the pain of losing a family member, but the position of Sacred Fire Guild leader has been empty for too long. Even within the guild itself, voices of discontent can already be heard. Rood abruptly went somewhere, the guy asking what he was going to do. After that, Rood kicked the doors with energy and turned to the girl. She continued to cry at this time. Hennis looked up and asked what he was doing. Rood aggressively started to ask and she was going to shed tears. She has no right to ignore her duties to the Sacred Fire and the Dragon Slayers just because of her sister's death. Hennis, of course, went past furious after this. Rood said that she was so steeped in self-pity that she'd given up on the world her predecessors had defended at the cost of their lives. That she balked at her claim to be heir to the Sacred Fire, in her place as Empress of the White Flame. Or what? Let him try to tease her like that one more time. What's gonna happen? Is she gonna complain to her sister, or what? Of course, after such a thing, the girl was furious and immediately attacked him. Balak said he knew that would be the case. Hennis said he can't win, so why does he keep pouncing? The guy started to say that she was a little pest who always had a temper and sat in her room whimpering like a fool. So he decided to see if she had any brains left in her head. But she's still strong as hell enough to be accepted into the group. So let her finish spreading snot like a horse and joy starting tomorrow. Hennis smiled at this time. After that, she punched him in the head. Still with a smile on her face, she said he was indeed a psycho. Hennis came back and couldn't understand what it was like, him reading other people's research notes. Rood said she scattered them like that, as if she wanted him to see them on purpose. Why study such a complex incurable disease? She replied that it was because this disease could probably be cured. Magicians, healers, pharmacists, noble priests, none of these idiots could find a cure. Her older sister was like a living corpse. Rood said it was incurable. He's seen patients who've been cured. Hennis asked if it was true where someone was able to do that. Rood said that the very cranky woman who was studying the curing method was already dead. However, he doesn't know that much about alchemy either. But he learned a little from her. If they gather the right ingredients, it won't be that hard to create medicine for her. If she wants, he'll help, but she have to buy him a couple potions. He's gonna need a lot of potions. At this time she ran up to him and hugged him. Rood was quite surprised at what she had done. Then she thanked him. Rood looked at her with an understanding look. He wished she wasn't late this time. Every year at the end of spring, the Academy holds a festival. This annual event is important not only to the Academy, but to the entire nation, commemorating the beginning of humans when the first Dragon Slayer was sealed by the 7 dragons. Because of this, everyone is allowed to enter. Many tourists come from outside the LTA Empire and flood the festival with crowds of people. Lion arranged with him that they would see the sights together during the festival. So why has he been so busy these past few days? Doesn't she think he's avoiding her on purpose? It was just hard to even see him. At this moment, the two girls simultaneously sat up and sighed. After that, they noticed each other. Lion asked why she was here alone during festival season. Henna started to get nervous and tried her best to answer her somehow. Why is it driving her crazy again? Even though she's relatively resigned to it that day, she's not mentally ready yet. Why should she have to explain anything to her at all? Listening more closely, it turned out that they weren't dating at all. Nothing like that. Instead of answering, Henna asked why she was sitting here alone. Doesn't she have any friends or something? Lion said that of course not. She just had an appointment. She's pretty lucky. All her guys ditched her. Now she has no one to hang out with at the festival. Lion laughed and said she was so honest. Hennis got angry and asked why she was laughing. Was she teasing her? Did she dare or something? She actually lied about having a meeting. She doesn't have any friends at all at the festival together even. Hennis looked at her after those words. It's not like she's a sissy. She can just call her Hennis. They don't get along well with each other, but at least she's talented enough to set an example for her. Like it or not, but I won't be seeing much of her. She's not one to mince words. Why does she keep getting in trouble? Lion said it was a compliment to her undefeated honor as well. The girl didn't know how to react to that. Hennis wanted to talk about her saying that. At that time Lenya appeared and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. After that, asked what they were doing here. Hennis said that's the way things run down in the morning. Lenya said she was rude. She did say hello to her. After all, because they know each other. Lenya approached Lion and asked who she was. Is she also a friend of Rudd's, or what? Lion Claire introduced herself by name and asked the girl who she was. Lenya Selkit also introduced herself and said that she was technically speaking her much respected senior student, but Rood's friend was also her friend. Hennis asked what she was up to. Hardly had to come here just to have a nice chat. Had Rood Denethos asked her or something? Lenya confusedly said no. Hennis asked what other no. What did she even think she was thinking? She saw the two of them wistfully inhaling at the festival. With that kind of personality and intelligence, it's hard to make new friends. So why don't they have fun together at the festival? Hennis became furious, started asking who the hell she was, what the hell to do for remarks about her character and intelligence. Lion, in turn, tried to calm them down. But Hennis is furious with her already and tells her she should come to her senses. There are already plenty of rumors going around the school. In that they're a group of inadequate students. Did she know that? You can get a lot of attention if her group consists of a fucking genius student with gangster support, a muscular dude, and a freshman rep. Let her add a crazy maniac barbecuing on the roof. Let her watch what they say about them. People are actually watching. Lion thought about the fact that her family weren't gangsters at all like the girl said. At that time they heard some sound. Dalek, in very strange clothes, was saying that Hennis was attracting too much attention. She better be quieter in public. He'd heard that starting today, the celebrations in the Steros family began. It's customary to give your best, even on holidays, and what does that have to do with his striptease? At this moment, William appeared sharply behind him, and he couldn't understand what he was carrying. His body was perfect. On the way here alone, 6 people asked for their photo together. 8 asked for autographs. Master Balak is a god incarnate, a true god of muscles. Hennis didn't realize when they had managed to become friends. The guy had told her that William was pretty strong. He'd invited him to train, and they'd been chatting about the beauty of their bodies for weeks. Lenya said it was disgusting. The girl said she could feel how they would stink afterward. Balak said that the man in the Steros family was a gentleman. Gentlemen should accompany ladies. Since they met in this way, why don't they go together? Hennis said at this point that she had just remembered. She had seen a deliciously delicious creme brulee in one Eskyuskov. Lion supported her sharply and said she'd like to go in there, too. Lenya said the air here was kind of foul. Hennis said she was tired. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. What was he even thinking? Lion asked Julie, is she talking about Ruda? He gathered people into a group, planned something, and then directed all his attention somewhere else. He had even bought a bunch of potions a few days ago. Lion asked him about the potion, but she said nothing at that point. Lenya asked her if she was blabbing about the main character behind his back. She thought he was her friend. Now she thinks she should stop calling him her friend. Hennis freaked out and asked what she even knew to interfere with. Was she going to shield everyone from him like that? Lion told them to stop. She's leaving. She wants to get some rest. Just like Henna said, Rood Denethos was focused on something else. He said he saw a terrible future. Even now, he is stealthily preparing for these events. She doesn't want to get in his way, but also hopes he doesn't try to go it entirely alone. At this time in the library, Rood sat reading books. Then he closed one of them. After that, he sighed heavily, threw his head back, and said he was finally done. It took him a decent amount of time. Rood Denethos asked, telling the king to shut up. Who knew he'd have to study something like this? The king couldn't believe it took humans so long for such a drop of knowledge. Rood told him not to judge people's low intelligence from the height of the Spirit King's standards. Even though he's human, he still doesn't know much about his physicality. Rood asked, wondering what he was talking about. Is he talking about being a man with a weak body? News to him. Even he was aware of that. No matter how much mana he collects to enhance his physical abilities, there is a limit to the strength of his body. All the techniques he uses must be too difficult for a body of average training. How did he handle it in his past lives? Rood Denethos said he had no options. He used them until he was crippled. His limbs were crusty as rust, and he often spit up blood. Even wrapped in bandages, he still fought well. He had nothing to worry about. There can't be all these effects, especially if he's using extreme flair. There's definitely got to be more side effects. No matter what the side effects are, their enemies are the 7 dragons. Even though they may be called dragons, they are actually real disasters. He can't guarantee that they will win the battle even if he puts his life on the line. Even if he loses an eye or his sense of taste, he will be crippled, unable to feel pain. He will do anything to slay a dragon in this world where his big brother is not. The king turned to him at the last moment. Rood went on to say, if sacrificing all that is still not enough, there is one thing left in him in which he trusts himself. He was actually curious. Faster Leon can kill all the dragons in this world, or else. At this time the rector came in to see him, or Rood will become a cripple sooner. Gerard de Graham, true to his nickname the Executioner, is a hero who has slit hundreds of dragon throats and returned alive after a battle with a celestial dragon. He later left the front lines after being wounded, but all his merits were recognized and de Graham was appointed head of the Aratham Academy. He is a dragon slayer who has earned human honor. The man asked what had already brought the boy to him. The heart of the 1,000-year dragon ... That old man stole it, didn't he? Rood said he'd only come to check on him, apologizing if he was disturbing him. Of course not. Such a guest was always welcome here. A man asked if he was enjoying the festival. Rood said no. There was no time at all to even look around. Too much to do. He shouldn't do that, since he was still so young. Even to slay dragons, sometimes you have to let go of your worries and responsibilities a little. Rood laughed and said about youth. He's not stupid enough to worry about the days of his youth in such an emergency. The man tensely asked, is the situation that much of an emergency? Rood said he had been in frequent contact with Professor Dameron lately and had learned a lot, like the fact that their professor's grandfather is their principal. The man asked if he was the first to confess. Rood said he had a lot more to say about his chronic illness, for example, and the specifics of that illness, its effects, and how he got an unusual heart. The man tensed up even more. At this time, Rood doesn't know if he's hard of hearing because of his age, but he talks about the very heart of the 1,000-year-old dragon that he placed in his grandson. After that, the man became enraged and started attacking Rood. There's nothing to think about. He'll rush right in. The man instantly grabbed Rood by his neck. After returning from the battlefield, has been lingering here for some time with a benevolent expression on his face. However, he is still an executioner who can manifest aura with swords and hands, right? But he had prepared for it. At this time the man noticed something. It surprised him very much. After that, he started pulling out his weapon. He has no idea what the guy was thinking telling him about it. He then asked if Rood was ready to die. Rood asked if the principal was going to kill a student, even the future principal of this academy. Of course it's a joke, but we'll have to cut off a couple limbs to shut him up. Hands and feet. He's the Joker. Yeah. In the moment, ripping his body to shreds. That's when the explosion happened. Low-level wine spirit magic. Rood and the director were already outside. If he had gotten that hit, his back would have been shredded. It's too much for him to compete with a 4-winged executioner. Mana density is on a whole other level. The man spotted the potion from under the space. This was how he expected a battle. Was he right, or was he? Rood said he came whistling that he was going to extract his grandson's heart. That's why he was so well prepared. Doesn't matter, because he won't be dealing with him. The man couldn't understand what it meant to notify. After that, there was some sort of explosion behind us. Someone said, I have to say, his spiritual grandson is a bully. He sure knows how to make people mad. It was that heavenly sword teacher, and he said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. A couple days ago. That was his plan, and he's more honorable than he thought. This guy is nothing more than a relic of a 1,000-year-old dragon. Is that still not enough to make him want to kill him, or what? That he wants to kill a 1,000-year-old dragon? Not a professor, even if it's severely taxing on him. Let him consider it the folly of his favorite student. He had a smile on his face after that, and then he laughed out loud. How dare he ask his immortal heaven sword to just stall for time without killing his executioner? The variety of faces, such a serious expression. He can't just stand by. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, and he told him so. The headmaster was surprised that Ain was in front of him. His behavior had been rather suspicious lately, since he had come to the academy for observation. Well, he was half right. He had a fancy plan. He's in the know. Generally pick up the idiot. This plan is costing the precious life of his only grandson. What the hell is he talking about? If the heart is destroyed, Damien will slowly die in terrible pain. Does he seriously think he's going to let that happen? Today he took the heart. He promised he would kill Damien if he failed. But the boy has managed to survive for so long with no problems. Did he decide to renege on your words, or what? Rood said he wasn't going to kill him. Just take his heart. But the man became furious and told the guy to shut up. Then someone grabbed Rood right off his back. The teacher said he's complicating things. Why he keeps choosing words that piss people off. Rood said he was merely explaining his plan, and how he'd chosen such a coked-up jerk as his heir in the first place. He can't go backwards anymore, can he? The guy expressed his displeasure through sounds. He said okay, they're proceeding according to plan. He'll keep the jerk busy for now. He'll empty and heal the heart of the 1,000-year-old dragon. Like Rood said, let him just bide his time without killing him. That the principal got furious and started saying that he would not allow it to him. Talks like it's easy to do. Then the guy started using his wings and seal. The men began to fight. The director tried his best to resist the enemy's attacks. Of course, when confronting the techniques of the vortex bronzing the heavens, everything suddenly becomes unattainable. The man looked fiercely at his opponent. The director continued to fight him. After that, they faced each other again in battle. Rood thought that was great. So far everything was being conducted according to his expectations. This time, the ghost of the past, the 1,000-year-old dragon, will not return from the world of the dead. But at that time he sensed or noticed something. He couldn't understand what it was, and thought it couldn't be. The professor at this time was leaning against the wall and holding his head. I think his skull is about to crack. It's hard for him to keep his sanity. He thought guilt was the cause of the pain that started after he talked him into suicide. He told everything to Rood, but the pain hasn't gone away. He guesses he needs to avoid people as much as possible until the pain goes away. At this time, someone appeared behind the troop and said about disgusting. As it turned out, it was Jeremy, who said he was indeed a disgusting freak who belonged in a dirty alley. He asked, or he still hadn't realized, like he said earlier, before he got even more pathetic. Then he realized his hand, and then he grabbed the professor by the neck. He felt, of course, unbearable pain at this time. Jeremy said the professor better be dead soon, and he called it a relic of the 1,000-year-old dragon. The professor tried every way he could to say he wasn't a monster. The guy asked, or with that expression on his face he says that. Let him look at himself. Does he want to survive even becoming world evil, or what? After that, the professor let him go. Jeremy said, if he was tired he would help him. Just let him stand mortal, at which time he pulled out a knife. It was the right choice in his opinion. Yet, he's the killer of another. It's better that way. It's better to die than to become an obsolete monster. He remembered his grandfather's word on whether or not he wanted to live at all. Jeremy was telling the professor that if he really sympathized with him, he must survive against all odds, like a true villain. The guy's knife was coming toward him at that moment, but the professor put up his hand sharply and prevented himself from being killed. After that, the man began to turn. Jeremy called him a goddamn monster. The worst has already happened. The second coming of the 1,000-year dragon, the Scarlet Knight, has arrived. Lion couldn't understand what strange feeling she just felt. No one could figure out why the rain had come so suddenly, and neither could they figure out if it was really rain. Why it was such a strange color. Lion realized it wasn't raindrops, and someone else's released mana shards, patterning these shards so chaotic and unique that even she can't capture their essence, but she can still feel that insatiable appetite for more mana. Gluttony. Lion turned her attention to the weapon. Everyone said the sky had turned black as pitch. The guy said the rains were ending. At that moment the girl began to call out to her father, for she saw something inexplicable on the ground. Then some wolves emerged from this inexplicable puddle. One of them immediately pounced on them. The father covered his daughter with himself. But at that moment Lion appeared and stood in their defense. She told them not to run from here if they wanted to survive, as far as they can go. The girl then began to fight them. One of the guys was really freaked out by the overall situation. After that he could not stand on his feet and fell down. The girl told him to stop being afraid and go up, for they were not Erasium students. Either let them run or fight, but they should do something rather than give in to fear. At this point, they did make a decision and disassembled all the weapons. One of the girls started directing civilians in the building to be careful. One of the girls took a bow and told everyone to watch out. After that, she started shooting at the wolves. Lion realized that these black dogs, even if injured, could not be killed permanently. In that case, she thought of something and told everyone to lie down. If they have incredible regeneration, so we have to make regeneration impossible. The guy asked, or was that a hypermecha aura? These dogs, they're just dust now. They can't regenerate anymore. Not even trolls have that kind of regeneration. Is it demonic or something else? Everything was right, except it wasn't the work of demons. Everything felt more and more like the remains of someone's possession, and black rain, constantly changing patterns, and an insatiable appetite. It was a 1,000-year-old dragon. The girl realized that she must hurry to Rood, let them split up and protect the inhabitants, the wounded, and evacuate to safety. At that moment, the girl shouted out that there was something in front of her. At this moment, the girl saw this dark power in front of her. Lion reacted quickly and bounced away from the spot. The Millennial, aka the Dragon of 1,000 Forms. This refers to the hail of alter egos he has created that mimic the appearance of the people he has absorbed. The appearance of these grotesque beings is constantly changing, and the stronger the people he absorbs, the stronger his alter ego becomes. The stronger his alter ego becomes. Lion laughed and said, "Come on, she's so busy." The damn future has changed again. The director realized something at that moment. The teacher told Rood that it seemed like someone had tried to extract the 1,000-year heart. He could already guess who it was. So is he gonna kill him now or what? But Rood said confidently that no, it wouldn't. They would continue to stick to the plan. Still want to find Damien. In a situation like this, it was surprising. Rood said there was no need to look for him. At that moment, the teacher said he would see him. He came to them on his own. The professor had already turned fully, and at this point was screaming in pain. It was hard for the principal and his grandfather to look at him without his eyes hurting. He hated his father, but he never knew how to take offense because, when he let his mother die, he was saving the world. Make him promise to protect Damien no matter what. Let his father promise him that. In the end, he made the same mistake. The professor looked at him at this point, and then he lowered his head. He then made the decision to attack his grandfather. The principal just stood there looking at him. Then he closed his eyes, as if he was ready to accept this death. After that, there was a massive explosion. The principal opened his eyes and saw Rood's blue hair in front of him. Rood defended him, as one could understand. He began to fight the professor at this point. The professor was unable to dodge his blow. Rood stood his ground and continued to fight. The principal said it couldn't be. He can't kill the kid in front of him. But of course, the protagonist kept attacking him. The teacher asked if he had lost his mind, if he wanted to die, or what. Rood asked. He was supposed to let him die, or what, but he brought it on himself. Since he had touched the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon, he must have prepared to die at the hand of his grandson who was destined to become a monster. But no. No one needs to die. All he has to do is take care of the dragon's heart. So did he create this whole mess for his grandmaster to deal with later? Or what? Rood said that's what it was. That even if I didn't follow his plan, his merging with the dragon was already well advanced. He already looks almost like a dragon, and he's also commandeered a low regeneration ability. It won't be long before his final transformation, and when it happens, it will be too late. Rood Denethos asked if he knew it all, but still let the Great Master keep an eye on that side. Just let him try to end up in the grave after all this. Like he said, he doesn't have time, Now that the executioner is busy, it's time to go ahead with the plan. His eyes were almost dragon-like. Afterward, Rood said something about Kian. Rood and the professor continued to fight. Though the mind is completely under the dragon's control, it's still the professor's body, which is why all of his actions follow a familiar trajectory. He had learned all of the professor's species through lectures and sparring with him. Because of this, Rood easily reflected all of his punches. That should be enough to protect him, but what is its purpose? Rood continued to attack the professor with quick, precise blows. He was too protected. The dragon's heart is in his neck. Since the dragon didn't have time to take control of the body, if you destroy the heart, it won't have time to regenerate and will be destroyed. Of course, this also applied to the owner of the body, but that's not something to worry about right now. He should remain ignorant now. Rood drew his second primary weapon. After that, he attacked him again. Their forces clashed with each other. So why does he only parry? Does he have some sort of dignity? So he only reciprocates, or what? But even so, he was too clumsy. He wasn't good enough. He's just a completed version of Keeling. Rood proceeded to kill him. After those words, right in the face like that. Just looking at him, Rood decided to use the wind fist. He told the man not to get his hopes up, his sturdy scales saving him. And it actually worked, and the professor coughed up blood. Rood said, very well, if that's the way he wants to play, he's ready. At that moment, Rood bounced back. Now the professor came on the attack. Rood realized that he was purposely avoiding counterattacks. The guy said it was awful. Then he began to stand firmly on his feet. After that, the professor simply remained silent. Rood realized that he had already adapted to his attacks. Catching him is going to get harder and more sophisticated than it is now. He needs to finish this before he does something stupid. Long dreams, never-ending hunger, empty stomach, Tu. Ba. Black moon. The smell of fresh flesh, fresh blood. An exquisite dinner awaited him tonight. Rood continued to watch him. After that, the professor motioned with his hands. Rood couldn't figure out if he was restoring his mana. What was the catch? Then the professor just disappeared, and then reappeared, and his transformation was even more advanced. After that, he had already started using his new powers. Rood noticed the new forces slipping closer and closer to him. He decided to use extreme flare at this point. He can't even use the heaven-defying sword because it requires too much mana. Rood continued to watch him at this point. The Spirit King asked Rood if he was okay. The protagonist replied to him that he had nothing to worry about. He's known for appropriating the power of the opponent he devours, but he didn't expect to use so much magic while he still hadn't completed his enslavement yet. It makes sense, like 10 years ago, when he absorbed hundreds of slain dragons. Rood took on some sort of potion afterward. The professor, or rather more likely the 1,000-year-old dragon, said they were all finicky humans, let them all die. A snack would do. They looked delicious. He was so hungry. He lit him up and nibbled him to the bone. His movements suddenly became so smooth. The adaptability of another 1,000 forms is truly impressive. This adaptation of his has a reason why the Academy stole a heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon. It became the perfect panacea for mana hypersensitivity. Even now, it moves the host's body as if it were its own. Rood Denethos said let the professor's skills be barely above normal in the first place. Well, to the extent that, even he from a past life could defeat him. In a moment Rood reached him, and the professor felt unbearable pain. Then he looked at the bow. After that, the professor began to use magic. He concentrated his strength and was ready to attack Rood. Of course, he could have blocked it with a heaven-defying sword, but continuing to use high-level magic was painful. Perhaps he should draw her in and attack her at a time. He thought back to the man's words that his copy technique was nearly perfect. In his case, all he lacked was experience. As his professor, he'll take it to the next level. It's a technique called Thunder Spear. The protagonist wanted to use it right at this moment. Rood concentrated completely by using this technique. After that, he started attacking with his spear. Balak said he could hear a strong wave. William asked if he could feel a black dog chewing on his ass. He said it was minor shit, a scratch on the skin, couldn't leave it, and the guy was delighted with it. Hennis told him to stop flying around in the clouds, have him focus on blocking that dog shit. If even a few get outside the academy, an entire village could be destroyed. Lenya said it wasn't some dog shit, it was the dogs themselves. Hennis said she's actually aware of it, it's just that the twigs don't think running out is pissing her off like hell. Even if she starts killing left and right, there's still no end to them. What if she's worried about ruthless extermination? Hennis asked her if she was crazy. What was she doing? Lenya just sat on her knees at this point. The girl froze them all at once in 1 second. Hennis and everyone else were very much surprised when they saw this. Lenya said it's settled now. Let her go and kill them. Hennis asked if she could all do that, but she had already spent most of her mana. She can do it, right? Let her do it. She's only a 3rd district mage. She won't be able to take care of all of them by herself. After that, she began to recite some kind of spell. If she casts a first circle spell, but on a different. Great, the coordinates have been set. Immediately after that, she started attacking them all at once with fire. Hennis collapsed and said she was overreacting. Lenya said she put everything she had into it and couldn't even burn anything. Let her shut up. Most of them were even frozen. Dalek at this time, as always, was fighting with his strong muscles. He told them both to save their mana. He would take care of them from now on. What's he talking about? He hasn't done anything at all up until now. Yeah, what's he saying? The mentor was watching over them so they could cast their spells. The guy said the mentor was just taking a break. He'll take over from now on. Well, just then he was attacked and there was nothing he could do. Dalek was very much surprised at this time. He realized that he hadn't noticed this opponent's movement at all. He noticed that the opponent had decided to use a restraining skill. Dalek also took notice of these unpredictable movements. That was the Steros family's battle equipment. This guy is definitely a warrior of the Steros family. You can feel the power of the ancestors, the power of mana. Everything is just perfect. Dalek, in spite of all this, continued the battle. He dodged as best he could. The power differential just overwhelms him. He feels it even in one single blow. This battle is lost to him in advance. And yet, Steros don't enter. Just then, the opponent swung in for another strike. Dalek swung for a punch as well. Then someone told him to take care of himself. At that moment, the professor appeared. Dalek was surprised that Claire Mason showed up. She freaked out and said he should call her professor, and then called him a useless bastard. Let him follow the situation to the end, and do not stop thinking with his head. How many times to tell him that on one strength and will not go far? Then she asked the girls if they were okay. They were fine. The monsters. They were advancing more and more. Their numbers are growing by the second. Okay. Don't get cocky just because there's more of them. I mean, she's a professor. At this time, the professor also came in and asked if everything was okay. And Claire freaked out because he took the time to interfere. Hennis was happy to see him and asked how the other kids were doing. There was nothing to worry about. The Imperial Black Wolf Knights had already arrived at the academy. Everything would be fine. They did a great job, though it was difficult to protect the residents. Now let the adults do it. At this time someone turned to Professor Daniel. It was the leader of the Black Wolf Knight Order named Ravenadelph who said that there were only weak demonic scions left here. He didn't confuse these scions with the dragon of 1,000 forms for the sake of summoning knights, did he? The professor said that the dragon had divided its body and those parts were sent out to hunt. Let them all stand. They didn't come here to fight a couple of weaklings. For the honor of the Imperial family, he must face the dragon of 1,000 forms with his own eyes right now. Lion said that in such a horrible situation, all they can think about is honor. Yeah, that's just crazy. The man became furious at these words. Lion walked past without paying attention and told him to stay out of the way. Of course, the man became even more enraged. Then he said he was a useless piece of shit. But at that moment he was abruptly stopped. The professor said he didn't touch them, they're students. The girl was about Vassia. The situation was an emergency. When it is resolved, he better be prepared for the consequences. Have everyone listen carefully. Destroy any remains they see. The professor was informed there were wounded. Anyone who has depleted their mana, have them return to the evacuation center. He's sure that the invasion started from the North Tower. That's also where the Academy Director's office is. At this time, they all turned their attention to the distance. Lion immediately thought of Rood. Rood at this time managed to hit on the professor. The guy said he missed a bit. Lightning Spear, a technique that speeds up swords and coats its blades with lightning that focuses on the tip. Since he didn't have as much strength as the professor, he used the Lightning Spirit as a substitute. Half of the Heavenly Spirit's mana immediately flew away. He thought this technique needed a model of organization. If things continue like this, he's going to die. Again because of a lowly man. He needs to recover. And Fu, you have to eat something fast. Rood Denethos asked, saying that even if he closes his eyes, he's gonna end up dead anyway. Keanu realized he couldn't dodge. All the professor thought about at that moment was death, extinction, the end. But he didn't want to die. After that, there was a massive explosion. Rood fails to stay on his feet, so it turned out to be the principal. He turned to his grandson. The man said he would protect him, no matter the cost. And he still won't give up. Walked up to his grandson. He crouched down on his knee and said he would protect him. No matter what he does, he will. The professor recognized his grandfather. After that, he started laughing frantically, then called him a stupid man and simply bit his hand. Master said, letting out a sigh at last, that the man was using a protective sphere at this point. To him, so persistent and so stubborn. Keelan realized that the food itself was crawling into his mouth. Fascinating. Centuries have passed and people are still as stupid as ever. This body was immortal, but he's still missing something. Lighter, even more flavorful, fresher prey. Rood Denethos asked, saying it's getting crazy. The Spirit King tipped him off about the potion, but the head talker said he'd already used his share. What? Do they think they've won already, or what? Keelan began to approach him. Rood realized he was so unarmed because he was only slightly healed or something. This slime was easier that way, but much stronger. The strength differential has increased significantly due to recent injuries. Then Rood turned his attention to something. In other words, if he had the physical strength, it would be possible. If his body were in perfect condition ... If he could recover the power from his past life. If it wasn't him here, but his older brother ... Rood realized in a moment what a bullshit excuse he was carrying. One attack will be enough for him. At that moment, he began to attack the enemy with all his might. Why is that? Whether it was strength or speed, that body was superb. So why is his body being torn apart? Rood understands everything now. He remembered Lion's words about relying too much on his seat. Why not trust his eyes and look further into the future? He wasn't a genius. Unlike her, he wasn't blessed with a good physique. The environment he was in was garbage. He didn't see it. Reduced muscle relaxation, directed movement of force and mana, involuntary habits, the center of gravity. That's what Lion was trying to convey to him, that determine not only the speed of movement, but the behavior pattern itself, all for the chance to get in. And after realizing all of this, Rood was able to hit. After all, it felt like every muscle in his body was ready to tear itself apart. His body had definitely reached its limit, but as long as he has the strength to hold the sword, he will fight to the end. Just at this moment, blood appeared on Rood's sword. Rood was sure he could do it this time. Rood looked at his opponent, straight into his eyes. Keelan felt a wearable pain at this time. Rood continued to hold his sword tightly with his hands. After that, something started to happen. Rood was very much surprised by this, and then the professor abruptly disappeared. Rood continued to hold his sword. At that moment, the professor reappeared. Rood said something about heavenly spirit mana. He realized she had hit rock bottom. At this time, people were running away. Lion said to the north, surely Rood was there. At that moment she turned her attention to something. Just at that moment, she saw Rood in front of her. She asked him if he was scared. And he said, scared of what? Those stupid lizards, or what? He's not afraid of dragons. His only fear is that his loved ones may be hurt or disappear. Of course, the girl started to worrying about the guy. At this point, the hero looked at her. He wanted the girl to stand still. At that moment, Keelan bit his shoulder. He literally chewed off part of his flesh. After that, Rood bounced off of him. The Spirit King asked him if he was alive, and Rood wondered, somewhat, as his body was badly crumpled. It was lucky he'd gotten a grip on his arm, and not his neck. Rood Denethos asked and said, he was right. At this time the professor still had less right in the middle of his neck. After that, he got rid of him, and said that's why they humans are nothing more than worthless fools. Hope is lost to them. All that's left is him satisfying his hunger, and they will be chewed up and devoured, until he gets his body back. At this time, he was surprised at something. Then he pulled out his longtan. Rood recalled him saying that he said he would devour everyone. So why isn't he? Or should he feed it? That's what he was talking about when he said he put all his faith into something. Rood said, simply put, he has a special body. It's the only reason the little he and his brother survived in Denethos' special blood. 10 years ago, an earth dragon attacked his family, killed his father, and then swallowed him whole. Because of that incident, they didn't find out that their blood is very poisonous to dragons. They had no idea why that was the case, but it didn't matter. They were too caught up in survival. Rood said, "It's not the first time this uniqueness has saved his life. In other words, his existence is a curse on their kind." That was quite a gamble. He pretended to run out of mana. If his blood didn't work, or this guy wasn't really hungry, he'd be dead by now. But if he didn't stop his dream, Professor Damien would die. Now he was truly finished. At this time he began to be stopped. Then some sort of vortex formed. The master told them not to interfere. Let them just watch silently from the sidelines. At this time, the professor simply grabbed his sword and thanked him. Then he said he was sorry, and thrust the sword into his own throat. At this time, the heart was released. Rood Denethos watched the whole process closely. Everyone else was also watching it. The principal couldn't watch his grandson die. At this time, everyone could observe Damir. Rood already told me that. If he's really sorry, then let him stay alive until the end. The dragon's ability to adapt made the flow of mana that had previously been in him monstrously confused, move in cycles. As a result, the dragon in him no longer exists. Even if he survives, he will still die from mana disharmony, but with a heavenly divine sword that can redirect mana flows. It would be a very different scenario if he has an accurate idea of the distribution of mana blood vessels in the body, a complete knowledge of anatomy. The cure is very simple, and let use the sword's mana refracting ability to cut the wrong flows, and use the recovery potion to create the right ones. The reason he was able to prepare all of this is because of his rebirth, so the explanation is obviously not going to be very stock. Rood Denethos asked and sprang into action. At that instant, someone stopped him. The grandfather requested that he keep his grandson. He couldn't just watch it. He asked to keep it. It was his grandson. Let him live. He'd already told him, hadn't he? Damir healed in that instant. Rood had already told him that no one would die. Immediately after these words, he began to fall. Then everyone immediately ran towards him. The calamities of 10 years ago are back again, and the cause of it all is the professor from Eurasia. Gerard de Graham, rector of Eurasium Academy, has committed an act of treachery. His grandson must be executed immediately. Ain, the figure who greatly influenced the 1000 Shapes Dragon incident, was very insistent, so for the time being, he would just be placed in prison. That the below put their country in terrible danger. Just let him stop. This story will not be heard from the mouth of the bow who defeated the dragon of 1000 shapes. The master came to warn him that the emperor would soon be summoned. Is he flirting in a hospital bed or something? Lion tried to explain what they were doing, and Rood Denethos asked him if there was an eye problem. Yeah. He didn't give a shit. He needed to talk to him, so he would ask the ladies to leave. Yeah. She was just about to leave anyway. Lion said they were given a whole month to do nothing. After all, the master was sure he was flirting. The criminal hero tried to explain that it wasn't like that. He was about to look for a new apprentice. The old one had been unconscious for 3 days. He'd been his apprentice for all of 4 weeks. How could he justify it? Lion, when she came out, realized there was nothing she could do or help. She thought she was weak, immature and stupid. Funny how they can still be considered comrades. Next time, she wouldn't let that happen and called him an idiot. Even if everything goes according to his plan, shouldn't his body be taken care of first while trying to save these 2 idiots? Let it take into account a bit that it was a 1000-year-old dragon, one of the 7. The result was not bad. One way or another, he meant it. After that, the master grabbed his head. He said he did a great job and that he was well done. Rood Denethos asked if he had gotten worse. Master asked if he is going to cuckoo even when he is nice to him. Let him remember how he usually behaves. In his past life, he was a blank slate for him. If he behaves like this in front of the Imperial family, his head will quickly be on his shoulders. He realizes that, doesn't he? Rood Denethos said, he's not that over. It's going to be difficult in most cases. Gerard, Damir, they both crossed the line. Rood knows everything, so he's trying to cross that line too. Killing a 1000 form dragon was completely dependent on luck. Moreover, it was just a fragment. It wasn't entirely his strength. Denethos' blood was no match for the way his brother had fought against the Thunder Dragon in the past. That's why he was dubbed a hero. Rood stepped out of the carriage and was met by a guard who said he would escort him to the throne room. The Spirit King said he hadn't been to the palace in a long time. Rood asked if he had been here before. There's no place he hasn't been. He had seen everything from the beginning of this empire to the construction of this palace with his own eyes. He would like to know why they had called him here specifically. It was rumored to be related to the Millennium Dragon incident, or just to praise him for his victory. The second option is preferred. The full hero stepped inside. All the leaders of the guild are here, so the meeting is to discuss the current situation, or what? Well, that's even better. Prince of the Empire of Alpheus, Grim Burstein, the rulers of the Empire of Alpheus, the Bursteins, are descendants of a great hero. The full name of the hero is Banara Burstein, the first dragon slayer. This is the well-known story of how originally just people with no last name were given a last name upon the arrival of honorable guests named Jar. Rood knelt down and said that it was an honor to meet the crown prince of the empire. Let him raise his head. He knows why he was summoned to the Imperial palace. They applaud him for breaking the seal and suppressing the last dragon king, the dragon of 1,000 forms, Kianal. To defeat a 1,000-year-old dragon without a single loss yet at such a young age. Rood said that praise was too high. If the professors and students hadn't blocked the separated parts of the dragon, none of the above would have been accomplished. He just had to do what was necessary. The prince noticed that he was also modest. The Imperial family would die at shame if they didn't reward such a brave young man for defeating a dragon of 1,000 forms. Could this be what he desires? Rood asked if he could ask for something. He started listing people like Gerard, Degraham, Damien Grace. He would like to see their death sentences overturned. Everyone present was greatly surprised when they heard this. Someone said it was outrageous. Even death is not enough as punishment for these two, to save those who contributed to the revival of the 1,000-year dragon. The words of Yus, who had no idea what the 7 dragons were. At that moment, the prince raised his hand. He believes Rood has a hunch that it's complicated, and no matter how much he wants it, the chances of overturning the conviction are close to zero. Rood said that he understood everything. He knew in advance that it wouldn't fly. The empire was in complete chaos, so the usual methods would work. Rood Denethos asked, then how about ... Thunder Dragon Seals? The Thunder Dragon Karma is the only one of the 7 dragons that has been recognized as part of the dragon race without being a dragon, the only polymorph, and is considered insanely strong. He is wise enough that when faced with adversity, he does not hesitate to retreat and then ruthlessly return to counterattack. In his past life, many dragon slayers sacrificed their lives to stop him. Thanks to the efforts of many people and his brother's great contribution, he was able to finally kill him. Everyone here is well aware of the implications, even if they haven't experienced it firsthand. What is the danger of this seal stone? Everyone immediately pointed their weapons at it. The men started screaming that they should kill him immediately. He had brought what was almost a time bomb into the palace. The prince said, as everyone lowered their weapons. Of course, those present were surprised. The seal stone and the thunder dragon stone. How did he get it? What are his intentions? Rood said he discovered it in the Academy Treasury, has no idea how it got there, but figured it would help advance his proposals. The prince didn't understand what the offer meant. Rather, he was using it for blackmail. If he was going to do that, he'd get it right away. Everyone was watching him closely. Rood said to check and see for himself. This seal stone, in an unstable state, could break at any moment. Indeed, it was just as the guy said. This bow isn't bluffing. It's the first time she's seen something like this, but she's sure the seal is extremely fragile right now. The seal will be broken in the near future, but that doesn't mean it can be touched while standing unconsidered. Rood Denethos asked if he said the outcome would be unfavorable and there would be no way to fix it. So here's his suggestion. Since the seal is about to be broken, they'd better be well prepared for it. The prince reflected on the fact that they needed to prepare. Rood said he would slay the thunder dragon, and after that illusory, blazing and icy too. He killed the battle dragon and the void dragon one by one. After slaying 7, destroy all the remaining dragons in the world. He was asked, or he would destroy all dragons. Does he think he's a hero or something? He barely managed to kill the remnants of a millennial and has no idea how much fear the 7 dragons alone inspire. Rood asked, or the man is afraid. After that, the man went into a rage. He asked if he would be quietly eaten without fighting back because of his fear. Of course, the man went into a rage. The prince asked the reason for his confidence. Even the great hero Vanner could not kill all the dragons. He could only seal the Great 7 and push the dragon race back beyond the Great Northern Mountains. Besides, 10 years ago, the dragon of 1,000 forms invaded and destroyed parts of the southern continent. The Thunder one is even more ferocious, and he's just a student. Does he want to defeat it, or what? Rood said that of course he doesn't plan to do this alone, so he will need a couple things. The first is he needs a field where he can place the dragon. The prince didn't understand what the field meant. In order to avoid casualties, it is necessary to place the lightning dragon in an area created with spatial magic. Isn't there such an expert in magic in the kingdom? Mistress of the Crimson Tower, Iris Halfley. Rood said he'd kill him there. Time to prepare is about a year, plus another half. The second is the participation of everyone here except His Majesty. But there is no need to lead an entire army. Multiplying casualties and training an army would rather hurt than help, as it would take away precious preparation time. The prince continued to listen to him attentively. Rood Denethos said that exactly those who are insanely afraid can stay out of it, alluding to the man who was aggressive against him. None of this is compelling enough. A battle with a thunder dragon wook in space, yes, with a small number of participants. What guarantee is there that they won't be pinned there in a flashback? Rood said that in the worst case scenario, that would be the case, but if the people of the continent couldn't survive the battle, there was no point in trying to fight the dragons at all. Dubo was right. In his opinion, the chances of winning are not zero. He thought it was worth preparing and praying hard. After a silence, the prince agreed, but the man, as always, disagreed with him. Will he run from the impending calamity or face it head-on? Judging by the face of this shining young hero, the answer is obvious. Who knows? Suddenly, this young hero would be able to slay not only the Thunder Dragon, but also patch up the infernal abyss that had appeared in the southern part. The prince turned to him. He frees Damien and Jared Degraham from the death penalty, and appoints him leader of the Thunder Dragon slaying force. At this point, Damien was in jail. He was approached and told he was available. The professor, of course, didn't believe it. Then someone walked in on him. It was his grandfather. The guy was very much surprised. The man just hugged him and apologized for everything. He began to explain that his desire to save him, driven solely by greed, had only brought him more trouble, and he would have to repent for all he had done to all those who had suffered because of them, and to the boat who had freed them. Now that it was finally over, he could live. The guy said it wasn't like that at all. He's done everything to prolong his life, he's hurt everyone, and he's not sure he can live with the sins he's committed. That rude boy said something. If he's at fault because he was trying to save someone's life, it'll be easier for once. The grandfather suggested that his grandson live his life changing things for the better.